We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for stars. I wonder where you are. Oh. Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. than does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
Hey guys, good afternoon. How is everybody doing? I know we went over this case yesterday, but I tried to edit out the little boy's bottom half that showed that we didn't notice, and it's still uploading. So I figured, hell, we can just go over this case again. We'll just talk about it and go over it again for the people who missed it because we were on really late last night. So I do believe we had quite a few people that probably missed what we were talking about anyways. And I wanted to go over the babysitter's account of things, because when she said that the baby came over, that Quentin came over with belt marks on his arms and on his neck, my stomach turned. So if you're okay, so as a babysitter, you're telling me that these children, that you took better care of these children than their own mother did, but they come to your house with belt marks and you don't say anything, you don't turn them in, nothing. You just call grandma and tell grandma that they had belt marks on them. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm really, really shocked at the things that she said yesterday. So so basically we have here, I'll go ahead and just start it out real quick with this. We'll just start it out with this. So we have Quentin Simon, bring Quentin home. So that's who we're going to be talking about first, and then we'll go on to other things after this. But I want to at least cover this for a little bit. for people who missed it. I haven't got to read my upload from last night, hasn't uploaded yet, so no one really knows that we went over this last night unless you were here. So, which I know a lot of people don't stay up that late, or they're not able to stay up that late. So we're going to just touch base, go over it anyways, just for a few minutes. So this is Quentin Simon. He went missing just while he was in the care of his mother, his bio mother. Here's his missing flyer. It says Quentin Simon, Savannah, Georgia. Quentin Simon, 20 months old, has been missing from his home in the 500 block of Buckhalter in Savannah, Georgia since 6 a.m. on 10/5/2022. He was reported missing at 9:30 a.m. Quentin was wearing a light blue Sesame Street shirt and black pants. So Quentin is so his mom is Leilani. I'm not sure who his dad is, but this is his mom, and this is mom's boyfriend. This is the boyfriend is the last person to have seen him. So okay, apparently grandma and grandpa have custody of him, and this is them. They were on the news, so we'll go over a few of the news articles that they did as well. And then we will go over the babysitter's interview too for the people that missed it. This little boy is so cute. Look at him. He is adorable, isn't he? And here he is with his mom. Now, see, I do have a couple short clips of the birthday party that they had. And, you know, looking and judging on social media, of course, anybody can make their life look spectacular. We know that. So anyhow, here's the birthday song.
Look at there. We're not gonna do that.
Okay. Here.
Thank you. That's all yours, buddy.
It didn't last long.
All yours.
Went for like 2 hours at one time.
Did you go get it?
What?
His monkey fell out.
It's okay. She probably did.
Yeah, so that's her with him singing happy birthday. And, you know, from a distance on social media, she seems like a good mom. I mean, she's singing happy birthday with him, putting a little dot on his nose. This seems to be dad. Not sure if this is bio dad or just mom's boyfriend, but I believe he was the last one to have seen Quentin the day he came up missing. So just, you know, file that away in the back of your mind there, just to have. And we will go over some of the videos and the news clips today. And since I don't know if that girl is busy or what's going on, I'm going to just venture off here and try to do it myself on this laptop. So work with me, y'all. We're going to go on a little field trip here. Okay, Cheesecake Mafia says mom is 22, bio dad is Cody, I think, and he lives 3 hours away. Now, I did hear that as well, but I didn't know for 100% positive. I would love for someone who has more information on this to come up, but if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. I do not want to have a full panel right this second because I want to go over some stuff, and it's hard to do that when I have a full panel of people, so I haven't dropped the link. And right, Savage, everyone is a good mom on Facebook. I mean, you can make your life look spec-fucking-tacular on Facebook and Instagram, and you can be a whole hot mess in real life. So, I mean, we know that. We know how social media works. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the videos where they come in and, you know, they show the perfect video, and then they take a picture of like the background, and it's totally not anything like, you know what I mean, what it looks to be. So I don't know. We know how that goes though. All right, so let me fix this here real quick so we don't have our little trolls coming in here messing with us, because we're about to get to town here and I'm not gonna be able to tinker with them. So let me set this up here because I'm gonna get to rolling on this computer here, and I don't know, I'm a little bit new on this, so screen sharing myself, but that's all right. We're gonna get it done. We are going to get to it, baby. We are going to get to it. That's why I told y'all I'm going to be dangerous with a damn laptop because we're going to be on field trips and looking up stuff and doing all kinds of stuff on here. All right, let's see here. Let me get in this this here YouTube stuff here. Let's get up in here. StreamYard it. Apparently they do drugs and steal from her mom. Yes, the mom wanted the grandma, I'm sorry, the mom, the mother Leilani is apparently into drugs really bad. And her mother, Billy Joe, which is Quentin's grandmother, came on and actually talked about it. And here's Jesse coming in with the information here. So I'm gonna just post that right there and pin it. Okay, can y'all hear me okay? Did I do this right? I am on the laptop. Bada bing, bada boom. Did I do it okay? Can y'all hear me? Yes, you can hear me? Boom, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, here, let's do this then. Let's get over here and start trying to share this bad boy. Because, let's see here, news about Quentin.
His mother, her boyfriend, two other children, and the grandparent. Old. 20 months old. Quentin Simon hasn't been seen for 60 hours. In those moments, we have told you a lot about the search to find him. But to tell you about the environment he was living in, we have to back up weeks. September 7th, police were called to Quentin's grandparents' home, where Quentin, his mother, her boyfriend, two other children, and the grandparents live. There was a fight, this police report says, between Quentin's mom, Leilani Simon, and her mother, Billy Joe Howell. Leilani called the cops on her mom. When officers showed up, she told them she was on probation. Don't know what that probation is for. The report says when police officers talked with Leilani's brother, he told them that Quentin's mom had a history of stealing and used the money to buy drugs. A day later, September 8th, Billy Joe Howell wanted her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend She filed for eviction. According to the document, she didn't want any. She just 22-year-old daughter, Leilani, her boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, and the 3 kids to leave quickly. Here's where the grandmother wrote it. They damaged her property, and no one is living in peace. September 16th, Leilani and Daniel found out about the eviction, but we now know as recently as last Wednesday, the two were still living here. That gets us to Wednesday, the morning little Quentin was last seen. At 5:29 a.m., babysitter Diana McCarta got a text message. She told us it was from Quentin's mom, saying Diana didn't have to watch the kids today. Police told us the boyfriend, who we now know is Daniel Youngkin, left for work at 6 a.m. Police say that's the last time Quentin was seen. 9 a.m., another text message to babysitter Diana, this time from a grandparent, asking if Diana had seen the toddler. The 911 call 42 minutes later at 9:42 a.m. The WSAV investigative unit has asked Chatham County Police for that call. So far, they haven't answered our request. We know from the family, Leilani told police that Quentin's father took the child. The family said that story didn't make sense. And by 2:30 that afternoon, police said the father wasn't involved. By Wednesday night, the effort to find Quentin involved the FBI, 2 helicopters, a drone, police on horses, tracking dogs, and officers going door to door. Thursday, we watched federal agents search dumpsters, ditches, drain pipes, and the woods.
I started helping people with insurance.
So there is a little bit of the timeline there. Gives a little bit of a, let's see if we can find the babysitter's news clip here real quick. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we sure gonna try it, baby. We sure gonna try it.
Family and the babysitter who was originally supposed to be at this home this morning. News 3 Brian Gallagher also here with me at this scene tonight with those details.
Thank you, Brett. Earlier tonight, I talked with the toddler's babysitter. She is sharing her concerns tonight. It's an interview you will only see on WSAV News 3.
I am been keeping Quentin and Zane for 6 months. I kept them yesterday, and they went home last night.
Diana McCarta says she babysits little Quentin and his siblings and was supposed to watch them this morning. She says she was confused as to why plans would change so suddenly.
I got a text this morning saying that they would not be here. I would not be babysitting them at 5:29, which was kind of odd because I have them even when she doesn't work.
30 minutes later, 6 a.m. was the last reported sighting of Quentin, according to police. Diana says other family members asked her where Quentin might be.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin? His family, but I love him very much. And I just don't know what could happen. The police did a really good job of looking. And where does a 1-year-old go? They've covered a lot of ground.
Again, we will continue to update you with the latest developments online and tomorrow on WSAV News 3 Today. In Chatham County, Brian Gallagher, WSAV News 3, on your side.
Brian, Brett, thank you for your report tonight, team coverage. Now, if you want to stay updated on the latest developments in this case, you can visit wsav.com/toddler search.
So that gives us a little bit. Why doesn't she call herself a nanny? I don't think she was a nanny. I think she just was like the babysitter across the street. I think she was the neighbor who babysat. I think. I mean, that's what I took it as. I don't think she's a nanny. I feel like when someone says a nanny, that's like in home care or like, I don't know, 24-hour care. You know what I mean? That's what it sounds like, or that's what it reminds me of when you say nanny, I guess. But I feel like, for the babysitter to sit up here, and I just uploaded her thing. It's almost done. So we'll play it here in a minute. The babysitter's Facebook Live that she deleted. I tried to play it last night and we had the worst time ever. Because she deleted it basically midstream while we were trying to play it. She locked her Facebook completely down. So Savage, I said I shot you the link, but yeah, she was an on-call sitter, and she said she had like a day. I'm gonna say a daycare from the looks of her Facebook when it was open. She had a lot of kids there with, I believe she says she has like 6 or 7 of her own. So I think the boys went over there as well. And I know she said, well, I'm not his mother, but he still meant a lot to me. And she had been babysitting him for 6 months, and she was coming over at 6 a.m. every day to babysit, or they were going to her house at 6 a.m. every day. So yeah, I feel like all the adults in his life failed him. Sorry, y'all. My little one had to come out and tell me that she's going golfing with Grandpa. So that's why I had to take a second to step away. So I'm back. I am back. So anyhow, when this video is uploaded, we're going to play the babysitter's interview, or whatever you want to say, her Facebook Live that she did that's no longer available. We're going to play that. Again, we played it last night, but like I said, it was like 2:00 in the morning, so I know a lot of people didn't get to hear it, and now it's gone. So I will play it, and that way you guys can listen. It's going to take me just a few minutes to get it back up, but when the babysitter said last night that Quentin came over with belt marks on his neck and on his arms, let me tell you, I wanted to beat the shit out of his mother for that, or whoever did that to that baby. That baby's way too little to be getting spanked, let alone with a fucking belt. I cannot believe that she did not make a call to CPS or DCFS or whatever the hell it's called in Georgia. I cannot believe she did not report that. That shit pissed me right the fuck off. Hey, girl, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
No, girl, like I said, the more I listen to this babysitter, the more pissed off I get that she didn't turn him in or say anything.
Yeah, I agree. I think that anytime you're going to be watching kids, especially that aren't your own, and you see that stuff, the number one thing is to have a third party involved, not to go call grandma, who potentially would conceal it too,
And she did. Nothing ever happened to it. They said nothing. She didn't hear anything about it after that.
Yeah. Yeah, you
So,
can't exactly say that you care that much for a child and at the same time not
well,
bring
yeah,
it
not
up
only
when you
that, but
see.
she was sitting there pretty much dogging the grandma out, like, because apparently Billy Joe is the grandma, is Quentin's grandma, and she busted in the babysitter's door yesterday. She busted in the door, I guess didn't knock or nothing, just busted right in and said, "You stole my grandbaby, you stole my grandbaby," which those are harsh accusations to make. You know what I'm saying? That is when you're talking about a 20-month-old baby, you know what I mean? So I would be a little upset as well, but I mean, come on, this sounds like it's a shit show.
Is there proof that happened? Like, did anybody
I guess
report
there's a
it?
police report. I guess she made a police report and she's pressing charges. That's what according to the babysitter, which we're going to play it when it's ready, and it's almost ready. So as soon as it's done, we're going to play it. But she's like, I press charges that I'm going to go to court over this, and I'm pressing charges.
Okay, well, that's stupid. First of all, if you have a grieving, grandmother, it was the grandmother that did it, not the mom,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The grandmother,
So
yeah.
clearly no charges are going to be put against her. She's, lost her grandchild, is somewhere. They can't find him. So obviously she's not going to get in trouble. And the fact that she doesn't even have any compassion for that. I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to be accused of it either. But at the same time, I don't know. I think grandma was just going through something too.
Well, yeah, I do too. And you know what I mean? I know she's like, I'm sure she probably feels very guilty, because she sat there and, I mean, in the news interview said that her own daughter, her own daughter is probably not telling all the information that she knows. You know what I'm saying? And that's got to be hard in itself.
Yeah.
To, have to look at your own child in the face and know that your own child might have hurt your grandbaby. You know what I'm saying? She very well might have.
Right. And what Allie writes, what she just said is a perfect example. You're going to press charges on grandma for trying to find her grandbaby and going a little crazy, but belt marks, and you're just not going to say anything. You're just going to go say something to grandma, which obviously if you see them, grandma probably saw them too. So
grandma wasn't home.
What are you going to do?
So this is the thing. Grandma's been gone for 5 weeks, I guess, working. So grandma and grandpa have not been home.
Oh, for 5 weeks?
According to what was said, I don't know for 100% sure. But just from what has been said, grandma and grandpa were not there. They allowed mom and dad to stay in the house and take care of the kids, but grandma hired the babysitter across the street to watch the kids every day because mom and dad were not responsible enough to do so.
Was there a court order for this? Do you know?
I believe she said, matter of fact, let me look up the news report. There was a thing in the news that said she just got, was just at that point getting custody of them. The custody situation is very bizarre. So, Allie, I'm not sure if it was 5 weeks or if it was a couple weeks. From my understanding, she said 5 weeks, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know for 100% sure. So you can't, don't hold me to it.
I think even 2 weeks, potentially the bruises may not have been there. So,
but she said she called grandma and told her about the belt marks, that she called grandma. And then she said they actually found the little boy and Quentin and his brother in a ditch either in the middle of the day or early morning. But she said she also called grandma and told them that. Okay, hold on. KNS says, let's see. Grandma Billy Joe left for a 3-week work assignment in Illinois, hoping to get back before evicted daughter, mom Leilani, and mom's boyfriend Danny moved out. Okay, so I'm guessing she was trying to get him evicted and get him moved out. Grandma had custody of the kids, or was getting custody of the kids.
That's what I'm curious about. I'm just curious if there's a court order, because if grandma's getting any type of custody, unless they are agreeing to it, Billy Joe and Leilani agreed to it, that's one thing. But if a court is ordering it because grandma petitions, then there's going to be a minimum of supervised visitation. So that's why I'm curious where the court order comes into play and what the verbiage is. Because that would not make sense that you petition the court to have custody of these kids because you don't think they're being taken care of, and then you just go out of town and leave them with the person you don't think they're being taken good care of by. That makes no sense to me.
Okay, I'm gonna send you these papers. Okay, so this was sent to me, and let me see. I'm gonna send this other one to you as well. They were all sent to me, and I don't know. I'm not real heavy into custody court papers, so that's more your forte. So there's one I just sent to your inbox. I'm gonna go get the other two.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't have them saved, but it is
Cheesecake Mafia. That's what I've heard too. I heard that that grandma had custody of him, and then the news phrases it, and grandma has custody of the 3-year-old boy. Is it a 3-year-old boy? I think. So that's what I'm confused about. Also, is it's saying that grandma has custody, but you also know how the media uses wrong words too. So I don't know. Let me see if I can do this without getting booted off here. Did I get booted?
No, you're still up here.
Oh, okay. I'm doing this from my phone. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute and read for a second.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna send you the other two that I have, so they might just pop in. I'm just trying to go. Okay, here they go. So I'm gonna send them over to you now, and you might have to like zoom in on them or whatever because I have no idea what's all in it. You know what I mean? Like what's all in them. So.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on another page.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
It's so weird that it works. Okay, so all that is the one is the eviction and then the notice of service, so that's fine. And then the other one is just it was the order for paternity and child support. It looks like it's a default order, so dad never showed probably or responded, but that's it. It's nothing about the custody or anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure about the custody agreement that they had. From my understanding, it was grandma was getting or had gotten custody. That's why they said at first they thought maybe she took the baby or they took the baby and took off. But I don't see that happening. And then it came out that.
Ooh, wait. This is a child support order against Leilani, not baby dad.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me keep reading.
Allie writes, do you want to come up here and help kind of explain things a little better? Or, you know what I mean? Let's see here. She said, so grandma took action against her daughter instead of involving CPS, which would make sense because CPS can be evil. I agree. They may remove from grandma and re-traumatize kids. Grandma will regret this forever. Well, grandma said when she was talking that she had went through a lot in her life as well, and that she had lost her children at some point in time and wanted to try and give Leilani a chance before the kids before they took another route or something like that. She wanted to try to give her the opportunity to do the right thing and get clean and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So
and that's why you don't do that. I mean, I get people can be afraid of CPS and CPS isn't perfect, but no agency is, number one. But number two, CPS, right. The first thing they do, the last thing they want to do is take the kids away from their family. And even if they do, they still find another family member typically to place them with. So grandma was an idiot for this because she could have just, she would have just been the next one to take them, especially since they were residing in her house. So that's too bad. So it looks like, yeah, it's an order. So one of two things, either the state initiated child support based on grandma's request, or grandma was receiving some type of benefits for both the children. And
I was just thinking, what if she was getting like food stamps or medical or something like that, and that's why she had to do that? Because sometimes when you do, you have to.
Well, they do it automatically. Typically, if you, I don't know about, I can't speak for certain on this state, but typically, if you have the children on any type, the state itself will open up a child support case against the person who's responsible for the children if they're paying money to somebody else to care for the children. And it looks like that's what this is. So it's both children. And it was initiated by the state. So where did people see that grandma included the kids in the eviction? Because I don't think that she would. That doesn't make sense to me. And like I said in chat earlier, I was like trying to figure out a motive, right? Because what would be the reason, if you look at everybody, what would be the reason for the babysitter hurting the child or the parent, you know? And I'm like, okay, so the only thing that I can come up with in any kind of way is that clearly, you know, Leilani and boyfriend are not leaving the home if, you know, her mom is having to start a whole ass eviction process, right? So they must not be leaving when they're being told to leave, and it's kind of forced her to have to do that. So do you think in any kind of way it was, well, they hurt this child because they're pissed at her mom, because her mom's trying to not only kick them out of the house, but then she's obviously going to keep the children if she has custody. So was it something that they did to spite her mom?
That's what I was wondering too. And then I thought, what if they took the baby and just took off, you know, like what if they were trying to hide out with him just to piss grandma off, you know?
But they're not hidden out. They're around.
Right. And that's the thing. See, and then somebody said that they were still in police custody, but then
they were
let go or let out or whatever.
Yeah. They took them down for questioning and they had them there for a really long time. But then now they're still saying that, you know, they're not even people of interest. And then what the chief said, that he suspects no foul play. So it's like, okay, are they just putting this stuff out there in the media, hoping that Leilani and boyfriend will slip up or think, oh, they're not looking at us, and then act stupid and do something stupid and, you know what I mean, rat themselves out, basically?
Well, yeah, and that makes me wonder because from the sounds of it, she's into drugs and into other stuff. And I know that so in these Facebook groups, they are going off. Like, they are going the fuck off.
I'm sure. So hold on. So people are talking about the kids. Let me just check the eviction paperwork and see if there's names listed. Hold on. All right. So no, the kids are not included in the eviction order. FYI. It just says Leilani and Daniel Youngkin, which is the boyfriend. Was I supposed to say that out loud? Oops. Sorry. Anyways,
you're okay. It's all good. I don't care. You know, I mean, it is what it is at this point. I just didn't want to say their names last night because I had it wrong, and I didn't want people to try to be going and messaging or attacking some other random lady, like I said, Deborah McCarta or some shit like that.
Yeah.
So I was like,
okay. So
I didn't want to say their names last night because I didn't want anybody to just, you know,
go
be saying something on my accord when it's not even the right person, you know. So
yeah, no, gotcha. Yeah, so it said tenant has violated the terms of the lease by not looking to be compensated. I just want them to move out as quick as possible. Leilani Simon is my daughter, 22 years old, with her boyfriend and 3 kids. They have damaged my property, and at this point, no one is living in peace. I can see why people may think it's about the kids, but if you look on the top, she doesn't even put 3 dependents or anything. It literally says the defendants are Leilani and Daniel. So I think it's safe to say she was just saying that all of them, you know, are kind of like making it impossible to live in the house, probably because they're shitty parenting. But it doesn't really say that the kids need to leave.
okay, here's this other news clip that was sent to me here. I just opened it up and let's see. We're about to play it real quick. It just talks about the, let's see. Pretty sure this is it. Let's check it out here. Let me full screener. Oh, look at me getting all ahead of myself here. Dang it. Okay, let me scroll down here. Okay, let's check this bad boy out and put. All right.
Quentin's babysitter, Diana McCarta, has been heartbroken since she learned he vanished Wednesday from his Buckhalter Road home in Savannah.
It's been horrible. I keep picturing his face. I can't sleep at night because I see his face smiling at me the last day I seen him.
Right now, there are still many questions to be answered. Chatham County Police say that Quentin is still considered a missing person as they search for the young boy.
I still hold on to hope, and the Elizabeth Smart case comes to my mind, many years ago in Utah, I believe is when it was, is that she was gone for several months and she ended up, being found. So, if I can hold on to that hope, if there's something that we can glam onto and keep us moving, then we're going to do that.
Chief Hadley told reporters today that police have executed search warrants on the home itself, the backyard pool, and a nearby pond, but still, Quentin is missing. Police are asking anyone with information to call 911. In Savannah, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
Quentin's babysitter, Diana McCarta, has been heartbroken since she learned he vanished Wednesday from his Buckhalter Road home in Savannah.
It's been horrible. I keep picturing his face. I can't sleep at night because I see his face smiling at me the last day I seen him.
Right now, there are still many questions to be answered. Chatham County Police say that Quentin is still considered a missing person as they search for the young boy.
I still hold on to hope, and the Elizabeth Smart case comes to my mind, many years ago in Utah, I believe is when it was, is that she was gone for several months and she ended up, being found. So, if I can hold on to that hope, if there's something that we can glam onto and keep us moving, then we're going to do that.
Chief Hadley told reporters today that police have executed search warrants on the home itself, the backyard pool, and a nearby pond, but still, Quentin is missing. Police are asking anyone with information to call 911. In Savannah, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
Quentin's babysitter, Diana McCarta, has been heartbroken since she learned he vanished Wednesday from his Buckhalter Road home.
Are you going to turn it off now?
It's been horrible. I keep picturing.
There you go. Yeah, I keep picturing his face smiling at me, but you didn't picture them bruises around his wrists and everything that you were so concerned about.
You can picture him smiling at you, but you can't picture those belt marks around his neck and his fucking back and stuff, huh?
Yeah, because that's what would have kept me up at night. That would have kept me up at night, not a smile. It's crazy. It's just crazy that there's still like nothing, not even one little shred of anything. And it's been, how many, 5 days? Isn't today the 5th day? I don't know what the date is, but it happened on the 5th. So whatever that is, it's just crazy that they still have nothing. And they don't think foul play is suspected, which is crazy to me too, that they say that.
All right, well, I'm getting ready to play the babysitter's video. So give me 1 second. I'm going to put it on.
Pam, I don't think there was a story about it yet. I think, Queen, what did you hear about the belt marks around the neck and wrists? Is that what we're about to listen to, or was that something else?
Yeah, that's what we're about to listen to. The babysitter says it.
Okay, cool. Well, not cool. That's gross, but you know what I mean.
Okay, so I got it. I had to put it in the private chat. Hold on. I'm going to try to figure out how to get it up here. Give me 1 sec. I'm new to this. I'm screen sharing all by myself, girl.
You're doing so good. Everybody's so proud of you. You've come so far. I love it. You're fucking professional in these YouTube streets.
Hey, I'm getting there. I'm like excited. I'm so excited.
Bitch, I remember when you couldn't highlight a comment. Okay, you've come very far.
We won't go there. Okay, we won't.
You've come so far. You're doing so good.
I said I couldn't even. I can remember when me and Cappy couldn't even figure out how to use StreamYard.
Yes, that was pretty comical too. Yeah.
The good old days, man. The good
Those
old
were the
days.
days. Those were the days. I'm gonna mute. I gotta smoke real quick. Yeah. Jess, that's my problem right there. Like, if you already feel like these people are not, or this person, your own child, is not competent enough to care for their own child or children, because she has two, then why do you think that it would be a good idea to leave the child with her for an extended period of time? Like, it's not like they're living in the house and grandma was in bed and they just took them in the backyard to play. Like, you left them for weeks with somebody you were concerned about. And I'm curious why that is too.
All right, mute. I'm gonna mute, and we're gonna play this. Y'all get ready, because y'all get ready.
I'm gonna let a few more people come on before I start talking. I come on a little early.
Can y'all hear it? Okay.
Shit, she got her own channel. What? Oh, this is Facebook. Okay, never mind.
No, this is her Facebook Live. We got it. Girl, it was sent to me an email. I downloaded that shit and put it right up here. Nope.
Good.
I'm not
Yeah, we can hear it. It sounds good.
I'm not using nobody else's stuff. This video is on my channel. It's my video. So boom.
There you go. We can hear it. It sounds good.
And like I said on my Facebook, I'm not coming on here to start drama. I'm not an attention seeker. So I don't want anyone to think that, like, I'm not. And I wasn't even going to say anything until what happened today. And this is not directly about Quentin. I don't know any more than y'all do know about Baby Q. It's just something that happened today that I wanted to get straight, clear the air, stand up for myself, definitely. So, what time is it? What time is it? Okay.
Jesse, this is the neighbor's interview, baby. This is the neighbor.
Guys. I told everybody 8, but I wanted to go ahead and let some people get on.
Y'all want me to speed it up a little bit?
There's a lot of people right now sending me
yeah, she talks slow as fuck. You probably can.
Honestly, I don't know how to get off and then accept it and get on. So I'm just gonna stay on here. Hopefully I did make it public, so everybody should be able to see. Someone just sent me a message saying when you get on, if you put at everyone, then it'll share with everyone. All right, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and start. There's a lot of people. Okay, so as everyone knows, and I have got so many messages why I'm not talking out and why I'm not saying nothing, because I didn't feel like it was my place. I did keep Quentin, and I'm gonna start from the beginning. How I met Billy Joe and Leilani is through a lady that used to go to my church, Miss Sandra. Her and her mother, Miss Audrey, they're very awesome people. And she called me and told me the situation and asked me if I was interested. The next day I got a call from Billy Joe asking me if I could keep her 2 grandbabies. And I said yes. Going in, I had never met them. I didn't know the situation that was going on with Leilani, Billy Joe, Danny, none of them. I started keeping them. And I didn't know anything at all. And then the more I seen a lot of stuff. and I was concerned. No, I did not call these facts because I voiced all my questions and concerns to Billy Joe, the grandmother. She told me that she had custody of the boys. I didn't know why. She didn't tell me that. But they were staying with Leilani. Billy Joe worked out of town. So when I started seeing things that wasn't quite right, I would call Billy Joe and I would tell her. I would text her. She didn't answer. She was at work. She'd text me back and she'd say, okay, I'm going to talk to Leilani. Several times the boys were outside. One particular morning, they were outside in the ditch. My daughter seen them and come running in. We went down there. Leilani was nowhere in sight. I called Billy Joe. She got in contact with Leilani. Leilani was home. She was just in the house somewhere. They would drop them off with no diapers. They would drop them off with no pull-ups. And when the baby came, Sky, they wouldn't send no milk. 2 days, I had to call Danny because Leilani wouldn't answer me, which is her fiance, to bring me milk for Sky. I kept texting Billy Joe. My daughter took pictures and sent them to Billy Joe of Quentin having bruises. Everything that I'm telling you can be backed up. This is not hearsay. This is not me trying to get attention. Who wants to get attention over a baby? We sent her pictures. I sent her multiple texts. She texted me back one day and she said, okay, I'm tired of this. I want you to keep the babies permanently until I can get back home. I told her I would, and I did. So it was about 2 to 3 hours later, she calls me back. She said, well, I'm going to give Leilani a chance. You know, she's a young mother. I've got to be able to try to trust her. She said, I did a lot of bad things. I got my kids taken away, and I want Leilani, I want her to know that she can do anything she wants to do, and I'm going to support her. So I didn't keep them day and night. Leilani made it clear to me that she didn't want me to keep them like her mother had wanted me to. So I kept them during the day. They dropped them off at between 5:30 and 6, and they picked them up. Was supposed to, their schedule was 3:30, but sometimes they worked over and said, her boyfriend would say, text me and say, I need to work a couple extra hours to make up hours. So can you keep them until 6? I would do that. We fed them. We took them places. I love them. They're kids. Like, who's not going to love a kid? So that's a little backstory of how I even met them. Okay, now let's get to the day that this happened. I keep them every day, Monday through Friday. I kept them sometimes at night. At 5:29, they text me. No, I'm sorry. Tuesday afternoon, they went home at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I got up in the morning at 5 o'clock on Wednesday because they usually got here around 5:30, 6 o'clock. I get a text at 5:29 saying, the kid from Danny, the kids are not coming. Leilani is with them. I put okay. Was it a little unusual? Yes, because even when she was off, I had them. She didn't know that we could see her. They sit on the front porch, but if me and the kids, and my kids too, but mine are basically grown, would go to leave, she would be on the front porch smoking, but she would duck and run inside so we wouldn't see her. But I had no problem keeping the babies. Was it for money? No, it wasn't. I charged them. I didn't even charge them for Sky. I charged them for the 2 boys, and it was $15 a piece, $30 a day. Okay, so back to what I was saying. So I texted Danny, okay. Didn't hear nothing back from him. I got up. My husband went to work around 7:30. We was outside. My son also lives on this road, so he was going to work as well around 8:30. From 7:30 until 8:30, we was outside. We did not see Quentin. Nowhere. Okay. So then me and my girls, we go to McDonald's. They wanted McDonald's. I live on Chatham Parkway. The McDonald's is literally right down the road. On our way back, I get a text from Danny. He says, have you seen Quentin? I said, no, why? Well, immediately I called him and he said they couldn't find Quentin. Okay. So me and my oldest daughter here with me, we go over there. We get in the car and we go over there. I let my other daughter out. When we get over there, I asked, okay, he's a little boy. He likes to play and seek. He likes to get in my daughter's closet and play. He could be in a closet. He could be in a cabinet. You know, maybe he's playing hide and seek. Me and my daughter help you look. They didn't want that. He stood there. He looked at me with the most coldest look I've ever seen and said, we've already looked. I said, okay. So I stood there for a minute and I looked around outside of where I was. Leilani was smoking a cigarette and Danny was standing there. And I go to get in my car. I was going to call Billy Joe, and I did call Billy Joe. She didn't call him. Leilani didn't call the police until I said, have you called the police? And then she calls the police. So we started to leave. Cops came behind me. I could not leave. I guess they said whatever was on the property had to stay there until after they checked everything. So I left. I came back maybe about 30 minutes later. I asked Leilani and Danny, I said, do you want me to take Zane home? So, y'all got a lot going on. She said yes. Danny said yes. I asked them to get me some shoes for the baby. They got me shoes. I came home. I called Billy Joe. Billy Joe had no idea. I've never spoke badly about Billy Joe. But today, she came to my house after I told her, I text her. She called me at 6:30 this morning. I'm sorry, I'm everywhere because this has been a lot. She called me at 6:30 this morning. We were talking. Everything was good. I texted her. I told her I was going to cook, that we were going to get flyers and put them everywhere of Quentin, and that we was going to do a prayer circle over here. Never said that we was going to do a memorial for Quentin because I didn't believe he was alive or that he had passed. Never did I say that. And I can back all this up because we have cameras. Like everything I'm saying to you, I can back up. And it's just ridiculous. So she told me basically not to text her no more because she thought that I was overstepping. Well, I am just the babysitter, but I took care of them kids when their mother didn't take care of them. And I don't really have nothing to say bad about Danny because he would actually ask me these last few weeks, Miss Michelle, did the kids have everything they need? Do they have pull-ups? Because Leilani wouldn't do that. Now, another thing I want to get to, Billy Joe, after she barged in my house, after all that, she'd come down the road. I don't live far from her. She barged in my house. This is all on camera. I jump out my chair. She gets in my face, cussing me. I cussed her back. I said some pretty bad words. Yes, I did. Because she barged in my house. Okay. My daughter was also recording. She tried to take the phone from my daughter. She told me that she thought I took her grandbaby. Like, that is the worst thing that you could ever said to me. That is worse than punching me in the face. She did not hit me. I'm not scared of her. She didn't hit me. She just yelled in my face a lot, but I yelled right back. Okay. She said that I had sold her grandbaby. How do you do that? Someone that has been good to your grandkids, someone that has 6 kids of her own that are grown. How do you do that to somebody? And then she started screaming all the way down the road for my neighbors to hear. And like, I don't care because they know me. They know the person I am. And then she started saying that she paid $700 for my kids to go to Splash in the Burris. My kids are grown. Okay. She asked me to take Quentin and Zane. Yes, she did buy the tickets. Just like I told the FBI agent, I never use them tickets. Them tickets are still there. The ticket thing is still on my phone. I never took her grandkids. I never took mine. She's never did nothing for me. I literally did not charge them a lot of money to keep these babies because I was worried about these babies. And not only me, there's neighbors up and down this road that has seen these babies outside. And I'm getting a lot of mad faces, and that's okay because I have the truth. Every text that I have sent Billy Joe is on these phones. Every text, every conversation I've had with Billy Joe is recorded in my house. So the FBI can check this. I don't care. Like, I never want to go bash nobody. I am a Christian, but a Christian can stand up for herself, especially when you accuse me of stealing your grandbaby. I would never do that. I don't have anything on my record. I've never had defects at my house. My kids are grown. My kids have done really good. Like, and I have no reason to judge anybody. I mean, I've did stuff in my life. I'm not perfect, but never the stuff like that. And I just love these kids. And I didn't steal nobody. I didn't do anything wrong. So she can bash me all she wants to, but God don't like ugly. And it's going to come back on her for doing this 100%. So somebody keeps asking me, do I think Leilani done it? I'm going to tell you this, that a mother that lets her kids outside, that doesn't watch them, that numerous people have seen, that they're bruised, they're dirty, and there's plenty of evidence of this. You tell me what you think. I told Billy Joe my concerns. I sent her stuff, and she didn't listen to me. So she can't blame anybody but herself for what has happened. Nobody. And I see a lot of people commenting, but I can't do that. I can't answer all these questions right now. I don't know much about what's going on over there. I don't know what the FBI is saying. I did talk to the FBI. They checked my cameras. I told them I would when I called the police today on her because I was going to press charges. You can't just bust in someone's house, and I'm still going to do it. I'm calling a lawyer Monday morning. You can't just bust in someone's house and then try to take their daughter's cell phone and hit their hand. You can't do that. Like, that's not allowed. But this has got out of hand. This is about Quentin. This is about Monkey. And yes, I am just a babysitter, I guess. But I watched out for them kids more than their mother ever did. So you can say what you want about me, have all the opinions you want, but it doesn't matter because I know the truth and other people know the truth. And that is exactly what I wanted to say. That's it. I'm praying that Quentin is still alive. I'm hoping he is. I would love to just be able to see his face. He is a precious child. So is Zane. So is Sky. I don't know what happened to him, but I know what they went through. I know what their mother didn't do for these kids. And she didn't. So this is what I wanted to say. I wanted to come on here and say that Billy Joe can spread all the lies that she wants about me. It is about finding this baby, this precious baby. And God is in this situation. God knows. I don't know what happened. God does, but it'll all come out. Everything that happened will come out. So hate me, like me, I don't care. This is the truth. It is my side, but it is the truth. And like I said, I told the FBI, they have all these phones. They have all the messages where I've sent. Literally, Quentin come over the other day with bruises, belt bruises on his arm and on his neck. I text Billy Joe. I never got a text back.
Right there. Belt. Did you
So
hear
I
what
don't know
she
what happened to these
said?
babies. I just know that this baby. I just know that I didn't do anything to the baby. We loved him. So I don't know what happened to these babies. I just know that this baby. I just know that I didn't do anything to the baby. We loved them. And I think that it's not okay for Billy Joe just to come in my house and uninvited and do what she thinks she can do and spread rumors about me. It's lies. So that's all I got to say. Yes, Billy Joe did tell me that she had custody of the boys. I'm answering a question. She did tell me she had custody of the boys and that Leilani did not. And like I said, I've never said nothing bad about Billy Joe, but she come after me for no reason. I know she's got emotions right now, and people, already comment on my thing. Well, you shouldn't do this to the grandma. Well, she shouldn't do it to me because I was the one that was here with the babies, and all I was doing was trying to tell her what was going on. So if I'm a bad person for that, then let me be a bad person for that.
You're a bad person for not reporting the fucking belt marks on.
Could I go through the timeline again? Okay, at 5:29, I got a text on Wednesday morning saying that from Danny that they was not coming. Leilani was with them. Then at 9 o'clock, I got a text from Danny asking me if I had seen him. I said no. I called him immediately. He said they couldn't find him. I went over to their house. She did not end up calling the police until after I got there. It was about 9:35, 9:40 when they finally called the police. And literally that's all I know. All I know is what I seen, and not just me. It's more people down here, this road. What I seen when they were with Leilani. That's what I seen. I never said that I was their mother. I'm not their mother. I'm just someone that cares. That's it. I'm just someone that cares. And sometimes I think that gets me in trouble because I care too much. But yes, that's all I got to say. I just wanted to set the record straight. I just wanted everyone to know what was going on. But I have texts, all the texts that Billy Joe and me text today. I never cussed her. I never said anything bad to her, negative. She just went off on me for no reason. But I can back everything up. Everything can be backed up. So I'm going to let it go after this. I'm not going to worry about it no more. And I'm going to put it in God's hands. That's all I can do. So thank you all for watching. I know everybody on here, there's so many people around the world that is praying for Monkey. I called him Monkey. Me and my girls called him Monkey. And he would just smile ear to ear. And he smiled with his eyes when you called him Monkey. He just smiled so big. But we're praying. We still have faith. And that's all I got to say. But thank you guys that joined. Thank you for the positive remarks that's been coming in. And thank you to those who just are bashing me. It's okay. I know. So, all right. Well, I hope y'all guys have a good night. If you have any more questions, I can try to answer them in my message. This is really just overwhelming to me, everything that's going on. Yes, ma'am, I do not think Billy Joe is innocent because, like I said, I got in contact with her several times about what was going on.
Then
And
if
I never
she's
said that
not, neither
before.
are you.
But if you're going to blame me for this, and I've been so good to your grandkids, I'm going to tell you how I feel. I feel like you should have come when I text you all them things and told you what was going on, because them babies needed you, and you wasn't there. So
Now, them babies needed
yes,
help, and nobody
that
was
is
there.
not my truth. That is the truth. So y'all guys have.
I was just gonna say she didn't show up when she didn't do what she's a mandated reporter. If she should have reported that. Why you want to sit here and talk about the grandma? No.
Yeah, and how many times from the very beginning when she was talking about even like the smaller things that she would text Billy Joe about, and she wouldn't get a text back. So you already admit that you've tried to reach out to her. I believe she said numerous times, several times she said that, and at no point was anything done. So how many chances were you going to give Billy Joe to handle something before you contacted authorities?
Right.
Well, and that's what I was saying. So I put in the private chat because I knew I was going to forget. So I put in this private chat in the very beginning when she kept saying they didn't bring diapers or food and all of that. And it was seeming like she was talking about Billy Joe also when they would drop the kids off. They didn't get diapers. They didn't get dropped off with food or snacks or anything like that. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Well, yeah, she said that and then they wouldn't, she's like, they didn't bring diapers. They didn't bring, and then she's like, they would have to send diapers and stuff like that. Well, last night, she kept saying that she's like, I have all my receipts. I have all my receipts. Well, I had watched this video, and then when I went to play it last night, she had locked her Facebook down. But prior to her locking her Facebook down, I was reading the comments. There was a lady in there and that said, we have all the receipts as well. We have all the receipts too. You're not the only one that's got the receipts. And she started dropping screenshots. What's up, chick?
What up, ladies?
What's happening, babe? So
I like it. I like it when Savage follows cases with us. She's fun.
Yeah.
And she has a lot of knowledge about like the system and stuff too. So it's
especially
like always,
with this kind of case. Yeah, with this
right.
Case.
So I like when she joins us. You know, like I have to take everything that Babysitter is saying with a grain of salt, because listen, she had a falling out with them. So I'm not saying that some of it's not true, because obviously there's some type of negligence
going on over there. I wonder why they had fallen out, because everything was fine up until the day Quentin went missing. So
right.
Why did they have a falling out? You know what I mean?
Right.
And then I have to sit here and think like, okay, you know, and the only reason I say this is because, do you remember my the neighbor kids that used to live down the road, and
yes,
mom and dad were on meth really bad, and the cops were always called. The cops would bring the kids down here. I would watch the kids until grandma could come and get them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was multiple times that I look back and I'm like, you know, and then actually DCFS did intervene. They were actually placed in a foster care family. You know what I mean? With the foster care family. You know what I'm saying? She does kind of keep up and send me things here and there to let me know how they're doing every once in a while. And it's only because a friend of a friend knows her. You know what I mean?
I know that the situation was not fucking awesome in that house because of what you talked to me about. But
it was awful.
you were not seeing these children being physically harmed. You weren't seeing. You never told me about like any even verbal abuse. It's just the parents were.
Well,
the parents being deadbeat is not okay.
You know, I feel like, you know, that I feel bad because I'm like, damn, if they would have, if DCFS would have intervened when they were babies, they wouldn't have had to go. It wouldn't have been so hard on them, you know, when they got older. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know though, like in the YouTube community, I know this is going to be very odd, but people typically do not report child abuse. As strange as that sounds, it's only YouTube people that call CPS these days.
Oh my God, bitch.
But I mean, I'm only slightly joking and saying it in jest, only because though it does not surprise me at all that this neighbor didn't contact police or CPS. Like nobody does, because people think like
it's scary.
not that big of a deal. Like, oh, am I making a big deal out of nothing? You know, what if I call and then they take these kids away? It's my fault. And,
That's how I
you
felt.
know,
I said,
And
well,
what if they
they
get
in a
harmed
worse
in foster
position?
care?
You know, their
Yeah.
mom loves them. Their
Yeah.
mom, she's a good mom. You know, she only, you know, she would only use every once in a while, but dad used all the time. She was fighting with dad all the time. And I'm like, she's a good mom. She was a good mom. She did great with them. But then when she started using, she wasn't great with them anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and I'm so glad that DCFS intervened, you know, via the school and grandma and stuff
Absolutely.
like that.
And those are the cases that actually have happy endings, because, you know, it's just not like
they're doing great
they
now.
just need
Like,
help.
they are
You know,
doing so good. And that's what makes me feel bad, because I'm like, you know, I should have, I should have said something sooner, or, you know what I mean? But I didn't see them abused. They always were clean. They all, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like they were, you know, walking around dirty, snot nose, you know, like that all the time. I mean, they, you know, every once in a while, but not. I mean,
but
they
and
were
even
cool
still,
and stuff like that. So,
and contrary to what the people on YouTube streets say, those things don't even get your kids taken away. If you have running water and electricity, and your kids don't have bruises and they're not getting beat, most likely you're going to find that they're going to close the case. You know, because you don't require that much to live. Yes, things are nice. It's nice to have a full pantry and a full fridge and all that, but you know what I mean? Like, the requirements are lower than people think.
Yeah, they are. No, and you know, it's like, I think calling CPS is scary. Like, even though, I don't know, you know, like, I had a negative experience with CPS, but I also had a positive experience with CPS because it fucking saved my life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's hard
and that's what she kept. She was like, "Oh, if my kids, you know, if anything ever happened or my kids got taken, I would kill myself. I would do this. I would unalive myself." You know, she would just go off, and I'm like, "Oh fuck," you know. So I always was like, "No, you know, she's doing really well," or you know what I'm saying. But I am glad that they did intervene, and they are doing so much better. And I just, you know what I'm saying. I kind of I do kind of feel the babysitter, because you know what I'm saying. I wanted for her to.
Bitch, if you would have seen belt marks on those kids, you wouldn't have let it go.
Oh, absolutely. Fuck. Oh no, girl. I wouldn't have let it go.
Bullshit.
But I didn't see that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't
right. It was mostly like the things you told me was like mostly arguing, and they were always out of money. And you were you'd like buy them shoes and shit like that kind of shit. Whatever, but like
right. But
I never heard anything too bad.
I guess I don't blame her for not calling CPS all the time, but with the belt marks, I feel like she should have called. She's a mandated reporter. That's abuse. She should have fucking called. Period.
So here's my other thing that she had said in the interview that I thought was kind of interesting.
It wasn't like just being yelled at, you know.
She said that Billy Joe finally responded to her while she was out of town and asked her to keep the kids until she got back. Right now, at this point, babysitter knows that grandma has custody. She knows that, but she doesn't know why grandma has custody. So she doesn't know anything about the daughter. But she also knows that the daughter's not a good mom, because she said countless times of different things that she's seen and, you know, whatever. So Leilani was mad because the babysitter was going to keep the kids overnight. So the babysitter said, okay, and just watched the kids during the day and gave them to Leilani at night. Why would you do that? If you were instructed by the guardian of these kids to keep them and to keep them safe until she returns, why did you talk to the mother of these children, who you know doesn't have custody, who you've seen be a not good mom? Why would you allow her to get upset that you're keeping the kids as you were instructed to do, and you let her call the shots and say, okay, well, I want my kids. You can watch them during the day. I want them at night. And you just said, okay.
Yeah, because I was like, I'm hearing that correctly, right? Like she's answering to mom who doesn't have custody, who she's already observed as being a bad mom, right? So, because some points in the discussion, I'm just like, who's she talking about? Like,
I would love to ask this woman so many questions. I have so many questions for her.
I just take a lot of issue with when I notice like the virtue signaling, like pat on the back kind of shit. Like, I take issue with that since she didn't call ever. If I was like, okay, so Queen's explaining her situation with the kids she used to babysit, right? If God forbid something had ever happened to those kids, Queen would be fucking beside herself.
Well, I didn't necessarily babysit them. I wasn't like the babysitter, but just like when something happened, you know, like the police down there, the police would, you know, like my kids at one point in time played with one of their kids, and so I had to like cut that off as well, because You know what I'm saying? Thank God this has been a couple years back, but now, like, fast forward a couple years, they're doing great. But I look back 3 or 4 years ago and I think, like, things, you know what I'm saying? If I was in this position and something happened to one of those babies, I would feel fucking awful. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You would be beside yourself. Your first instinct wouldn't be to jump on a platform and go, you know what? I was their saving grace. They didn't have diapers, nothing. I saved them every time. Like, stop, dude. Like, really stop. She showed no remorse. Like, she didn't take accountability for, hey, you know what? I should have fucking called. Not once.
Right.
Yeah, and then she wants to blame the grandma. Anybody, I blame the grandma because I told her about all these things. Okay. And you noticed that she wasn't responding, and you noticed she wasn't texting you back, and you noticed nothing was changing. So why didn't you go above her and do what you were then supposed to do, which is call the authorities?
Right, because she had an obvious conflict of interest because it's her fucking daughter, so she's making excuses, which a lot of parents do. And
she's potentially getting herself in more trouble because the fact that she was told not to return those kids and she did it anyways by somebody who wasn't the legal guardian, she should shut her fucking mouth is what she should do, because she's going to get herself in trouble. And she's Christian, right? God don't like ugly. Isn't that what they say? So I'm just saying you should probably shut your mouth and stop talking because you look worse and worse by the second.
Yeah.
And I think that she's just kind of dumb, I think she's a little ignorant. I don't think that she necessarily has a bad heart or anything. I just think she's kind of like dee. I believe what she's saying, but I also think that she is kind of wanting her 5 minutes of fame and to be popular and to have her, to be somebody who knows something that not everybody knows, and she gets to tell them, and I think that she likes that feeling of power and all of that, and I think that's kind of clouding, what the real message is, which is she does have good information, but nobody's really hearing that because of all the other dumb shit she's saying.
Well, did you notice that one of the neighbors did say, like, and you could tell it wasn't her, it was like a skinny elderly lady, had said that they had seen the kids outside before, like, and that was a problem.
Yeah.
So is that boyfriend or bio dad? I wonder.
What?
That's Danny, the boyfriend.
Okay.
Bio dad is, I believe they said his, I'm trying to think of what they said.
Somebody in chat said it.
Hey, Crystal. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know somebody in chat said it. Say it again. If you guys know his name, will you say it again?
But this just goes to show, though, how different people do different things. Because I'm sitting here like I never would have gave those kids back to the mom ever if I was babysitting them.
Well,
but people in chat, there's a couple people that were like, it's the mom, I would give them to the mom.
But then the grandma, okay, so grandma said the reason why she was giving Leilani a chance was because she had issues when she was younger as well, and she worked through those issues and was hoping, I'm assuming she was hoping Leilani would work through her issues.
Oh, absolutely. She was trying to help her daughter so her daughter didn't lose her kids the way she lost
so
hers.
I think that's that she was trying to use her experience, but as we know, that doesn't always work out for people. Sometimes, her daughter might have to learn the hard way, which would have been to...
I want to know, though, like...
Yeah, I wouldn't have taken him back. I just wouldn't have taken him back. But this just goes to show why people would do different things. I wouldn't have. If she told me to take them back after not responding to my texts, multiple texts about bruises, and she told me to take them back, you know what I would have done? I would have said no. And I would have let her call the police on me. And then when the police showed up, I would have told them why. And I would have expressed my concern, and I would have told them everything that I've been telling grandma, and I would have showed them the video she claims to have, the text messages and the recordings that she seems to have. And then I would have let police call a social worker out there, and I would let them make the determination then. That's what I would have done. But
I believe you too. Like, I know that you're not all talk and that you would do that. I do believe you.
But I think there's a lot of other people who are like, you know what, not my kids, not my business.
Exactly.
And that's why you have my life,
And that's why there's situations that happen just like this, because there are some people that will just, call CPS, call 911, whatever. And there are other people that'll look the other way.
So
I'm guilty of it, dude. I'm fucking guilty of it, dude. Not in like a situation where I'm really like know what's going on or know the people, but I've like, in my past, I've seen some questionable shit that fucking should have been supported. I'm fucking pretty sure,
Senator,
and
the babysitter can't keep the kids. It would be against the law. Yeah, they obviously can't keep them. The law would have showed up, and then they would have been able to determine where the kids should go.
Right.
Maybe they should have gotten placement with another family member until grandma returned. If there wasn't, then maybe they have to go to foster care, or grandma needs to fly back early. But this is the lifestyle you want, so your job's to keep the kids safe, however that is. So leave work early, do what you got to do. The rest of the parents got to do it. You're no different, grandma. I'm sorry.
no, she's not, and she shouldn't get like a pass at it either. I want to know what she lost her kids for and what the daughter lost her kids for. Was it abuse or like physical abuse, or were they addicts? Like, you know what I mean? Because to me, that makes a big difference too.
And did she lose them, or did she voluntarily give them up? Because that's different too. Her mom
Right.
could have said, "Let me take them. You go do whatever," and
that
whatever.
happens a lot. Yeah,
A lot. Yeah.
So I don't know. It's scary. Like, it's scary to call CPS. I get it, dude. I get it. But
it's, you know what? It's scarier not to call. And I'll tell you, this is what social workers, I know I've said it here before, but this is what social workers say. The scary part is not removing kids from a home when they shouldn't be. The scary part is not being able to remove kids from homes when they should be. And that's what every social worker will tell you.
yeah.
There's nothing worse than knowing that as soon as you leave, that kid's going to get the shit beat out of them, but you don't have enough. There's laws, and you don't have enough to save that child, and you walk away and you just know it's going to be ugly. And you just wait for the next call, and that's the life social workers
sad
live.
too, because you can look in that baby's eyes and he's looking back at you knowing he's going to get the shit beat the fuck out of him when you leave.
You want to grab him and you want to run.
Oh, right.
You just want to run, but you can't. Because you have to home your own children.
That's one of the biggest downfalls of that job. One of my really good friends had to quit her job. She had to quit because there was one case where that's exactly what happened, and there was nothing they could do to prove it.
Yeah,
it was fucking horrible. A friend of mine went into a phone. Finally, he stole the phone and recorded it, and that's all it took. So, I mean, but by then she was done. She could not. That was
I have a friend of mine who she was social worker for many years and now trains social workers at a college. And one of kids on her caseload was killed. It was actually a big story in LA. And it was really sad because she ended up having to check herself into inpatient mental hospital for 30 days to deal with it. So when people think, that's why I get mad when people talk so bad about social workers.
Was it Anthony Alvalo's case or Gabriel Fernandez case?
No, neither one of those.
God,
it wasn't
scary.
Like super huge. Like you would have probably heard about it, but I don't know if somebody in New York would have.
I'll tell you what,
right.
Fernandez case, that fucking tore me up, man.
Yeah, and there was an almost identical from. I'm not sure if it was the same.
The system does not
department.
always fail. See, Gladys, you are the problem. I'm sorry, I gotta go on a tangent for just a second. You're the fucking problem because you put fear into people to where they don't want to call CPS because of dumb fucking statements about, I don't care what social workers say, the system always fails. Like, really? Unless I'm yelling at you for no reason. Is that really what she's saying?
I don't care what social worker says. The system always fails these babies.
Yeah, no, they don't always fail these. What they do is they try to protect babies, but people like you scare people. And they think that they're going to get their babies taken away or they're going to get somebody else's babies taken away. So they don't call and then that baby dies. So how are you helping the situation exactly? Enlighten me.
Yeah, the system is like, it might be broken, but it's like, it is. But you know what though? Like she's right though. Cause there's a whole community of people that feel like that CPS is kidnapping kids and like have all these like, and I, even with the bad experience I've had, like, I know better than that. Like, I look into some of these cases where they're talking about taking these kids, and you'll see, like, the mom refused to go to parenting class, or the mom refused to go to counseling, or the mom, broke some order some way or something, and that's why she lost her kid. Like, but there's been situations where, like, you almost lose your kid and you're doing really well, but it's pretty fucking rare that happens. It's like some really fucking whack ass circumstances, like, the shit I had to go through. But it in the end it was okay. And like I don't know, like
Right.
if there wasn't some type of service like that, then where the fuck would I be now? I'd be fucked up.
Well,
dude.
but that's the thing is like you just have people. I don't know. It's so much like if you don't vote, you're part of the problem because that's part of what your vote's for when you're voting locally. Is where this money, where the funding is going. Are we going to be able to hire more social workers or not? I mean, it starts there. So the people who want to sit here and make these comments,
I guess she's frustrated because she did call CPS and on a certain person in her life and they failed her. But
okay, but what agency is perfect? Just tell me one. Just give me one agency that's perfect. All of these are man-made. Nothing's going to be perfect because we're human and we're imperfect. So yes, CPS does fail people. Are there shitty social workers? Absolutely. Are there shitty agencies? Absolutely.
Right.
Nobody's saying that everything happens and it's perfect. What we're saying though is shut the fuck up and stop making it seem like one anomaly is the entire agency.
Right.
And you stop scaring other people into not calling when they should.
Hey guys, is my mic okay? I'm begging or praying.
Hi Nick, yes.
Oh my God. Thank you, Lord.
So what's the greatest thing to happen to me and my kids? Miss Glass, me too. Like literally, like I was gonna die. Not playing.
I feel like there's a bunch of people here that dropped the ball. Neighbors, babysitter, grandma. It seems like, are you guys getting that same vibe or no?
Because and hold on one second, Ms. Glass, even with like the negative experience, there was like the positive of it like totally over shadowed that because it had a really fucking happy ending. Say that again, Nick. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I feel like there's like a lot of people that dropped the ball here, like neighbors, babysitter, grandma. Yeah.
I feel like that too. I think the reason why we're focusing on babysitter is because she's being so vocal and slamming the family where she's just as bad.
She could have done, she could have done exactly what she's
accusing them of. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, she definitely had, and quite frankly, she had more opportunities to help that child than anybody else. If she watched them as much as she said, and they were in her home for that many hours every day, like.
Yeah,
she did. That's a good point.
Do you guys think there's a chance that baby could have wandered out there, like they've seen the baby before, and it could have got kidnapped?
I was thinking that at first too, but as the hours go, but like the first 24 hours or whatever, like they did a lot of searching, it seems like in the local area, which is going on that he wandered off, but now it's looking, since they didn't find him, there are people all over the place looking for him, and they even had thermal choppers in the sky at night.
Last night, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's super tiny, so there's
tiny.
that. But
there is that. But he had wandered off before.
I mean,
5 days is a lot.
Do they have the boyfriend and the mom in custody still?
No, they were released.
Wow.
After questioning. They're not even people of interest, apparently.
Wow.
The chief said that he suspects no foul play with this case. Which makes it even more interesting to me.
Wait, who said that? The law enforcement did?
Yeah, that's what the chief, the one that was on the video earlier.
I missed it.
He didn't say it on the video. He said it in the article. I copied and put it in chat.
That's weird.
That's what I said.
Because it's definitely, I mean, it has to, well, I mean,
something has to have happened.
Yeah.
He's 20 months old,
I'll play one way or the other, whether it's the family or not the family, you know what I mean? It's not that he just wandered off into the
or like an accident happened and they freaked out and like hit him or something. Like,
thank you, Jamie. I'm one of them. Appreciate you.
That is really weird that they ruled it off foul play. Like,
aww.
How'd your guys' Sunday going?
Jamie didn't even know where you're from, and she said that. Pretty good. All right. I could be doing like house chores and stuff, but I'm electing to do this instead. So
I think that was a good choice.
I think it is too.
Yeah,
I do.
I don't see the problem here at all.
I don't. Thank you. And I feel good about my friends encouraging me too. I like that.
Yep. You tell your husband if he has any problems, he come talk to me.
Oh my gosh. That'd be scary. That was just scary.
I'll say yeah for him.
Yeah, for him.
Ooh, I'm about to fuck up these corn nuts.
What are corn nuts?
Oh my god. You never had corn nuts before?
No.
Where are you from?
Is that like a West Coast thing or
Boston, but I live
something?
in Florida now.
And you don't know what
Never heard of corn nuts?
No.
This is so sad. What's your address right now? I'm just kidding.
Everybody get a
I need to mail you some nacho cheese corn nuts stat.
Oh my gosh. You've never had corn nuts. That's
No, never.
crazy.
Oh my gosh.
It was like one of the most like trendiest snacks when I was growing up. Like corn nuts and like now and laters and shit like that.
Wait.
Elevators. That's yeah.
Hold on, KDB. I thought beer nuts were peanuts. Are you saying this whole time beer nuts are corn nuts?
We call them beer nuts. Beer nuts are totally different.
Beer nuts are peanuts, aren't they?
I think.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. What is this world?
Because I can picture, like, there's a brand called beer nuts even. Like,
okay, let me try to put my camera on it for these. Oh wait, she's screen sharing.
she got an overlay on it. I think she
Okay.
walked away from the camera.
Are corn nuts like actual pieces?
Hold
of
on, I
corn?
was gonna say I just could pop back in. You want the overlay down? You said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like deep fried corn, isn't it?
I don't fucking
Or
know,
something?
but I'm about to. I don't know what is going to be shown, so just hold on. Okay, my ceiling. That's wonderful. Hold on.
You a
Wait, how
pretty
do you-
girl. Don't even
Can
try.
overlay it for a second.
How do
while
you
you-
how do you flip it? I can't flip it.
You're on your phone bottom, and then like there should be a little flippy floppy.
Okay, there's an overlay up, so you ain't got to worry about it. If you show your face, nobody can see it. So
Good, 'cause it's
the overlay's
Sunday.
over the
Nobody
top.
wanna
Just
see this
Whenever
shit.
you get it fixed, let me know, and I'll pull the picture back down. That's how I try to keep people protected that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're
no,
not.
no. Look
nobody
at. Can you see my face?
No, I mean I can. Yeah, I can see you, but no one else can.
Can you see me right now?
Yes, I can see you right now.
I can't figure out how to flip it. So hold on.
Oh fuck. Okay, that's here. Let me take the screen thing down. Ready? 1, 2,
Okay,
3.
ready.
Pull it down. Go. See it?
I've never seen those. What
You've
the shit?
never seen those? Are you serious?
on my mother. Wow. Barbecue too.
And those are barbecue.
Ooh.
They're amazing.
Are they really
Pop
really
the overlay
crunchy?
back up. You want it back down again, or you good? You want to put it?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right, baby.
Thank you,
I haven't
Sarah.
had corn nuts in a long time, but now I'm wondering, is that like a West Coast thing? Like,
I
does
don't
no one
know.
else? Queen,
Now
have
I'm-
you ever had corn nuts?
Yep, we have them here.
Okay, so it's in the Midwest. Maybe it's just not on the East Coast.
Okay, I'm not happy about barbecue, but it was only because they were at a ranch. I got a nacho cheese and I wanted ranch, but the Instacart person, I had them go to the Dollar Tree because I smoked too much and I really needed some food.
Oh, that's the best snacks for the Dollar Tree. You can grab everything, spend
I made
$10 and be good to go.
Literally, I made an Instacart order. It was like $17 because it's like the $1.25 store now.
Yeah,
but I
you're right.
got corn nuts and like black licorice and all this weird shit.
Oh, my mom loved black licorice. I couldn't stand it. Oh,
Black licorice is horrible. It should be a sin. But
You probably put pineapple on your pizza too, you sick bitch.
wow, I love pineapple. That's funny. Ham and pineapple. Yep.
I'll eat almost anything, obviously.
Game, bacon, and pineapple. That's actually my favorite pizza.
Pineapple? Ugh.
I hated as a kid, and most things I hated as a kid I like now, and then the vice versa. It's weird, really weird. My palate changed. Like meatloaf, I couldn't even look at meatloaf as a kid.
Oh, I can't look at it as an adult. My mom made the worst fucking meatloaf, and now I have like PTSD. I swear, when people say they're making that shit, I already like can feel it in the back of my throat. It's coming up. It's like, not gonna be good. She used to it was just basically this loaf of meat, and then she would just dump like 2 bottles of ketchup over it and bake it. Like, I swear to God, that was it. It was disgusting. It was really bad.
I have to have it with mashed potatoes though. It's like bite for bite. How'd your Sunday be?
Mine, it's good. I'm doing laundry and live streaming with Queen.
Dire bark. Don't do it. Don't do it, dude. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Mute.
Pecan, I did. She likes pineapple on her pizza too. I didn't wrench you. Didn't I block you? Or muted you or something? This is why nobody should wrench me. This is why only Paige wrenched me, and now she don't go live anymore. So I never get to use any powers anymore. But it used to be really fun.
So the dog was barking like a... Stop it, dude. If you hear my pops in the background cursing, sorry. You hear a bunch of packing.
What is it?
My dad, he's got an accent like a son of a bitch.
Your dad what?
My dad, he's got a deep accent from Boston.
I thought you said your dad has an axe and some shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
You got a great ass.
Yes, timed you out. That's more accurate. You put ketchup on green beans? I don't know what Scrapple is. What's Scrapple? I don't know what that is.
It's a game, isn't it?
That's Scrabble.
Oh, whoops.
And
okay, I'm gonna play this.
Okay.
That's working.
Intermission's over. Go ahead.
Another day has come and gone, and there is still no sign of the missing toddler. Quentin Simon was last seen on Wednesday morning. Law enforcement officers have scoured the area around his home with dogs, drones, by land, by air. WSAV's lead investigative reporter Brett Buffington has been following the story from day one. Tonight, he breaks down the timeline of the case.
At just 20 months old, Quentin Simon hasn't been seen for 60 hours. In those moments, we have told you a lot about the search to find him. But to tell you about the environment he was living in, we have to back up weeks. September 7th, police were called to Quentin's grandparents' home, where Quentin, his mother, her boyfriend, 2 other children, and the grandparents live. There was a fight, this police report says, between Quentin's mom, LaLaney Simon, and her mother, Billy Jo Howell. LaLaney called the cops on her mom. When officers showed up, she told them she was on probation and didn't want trouble. We don't know what that probation is for. The report says when police officers talked with LaLaney's brother, he told them that Quentin's mom had a history of stealing and used the money to buy drugs. A day later, September 8th, Billy Jo Howell wanted her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend out. She filed for eviction. According to the document, she didn't want any money. She just wanted her 22-year-old daughter, LaLaney, her boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, and the 3 kids to leave quickly. Here's where the grandmother wrote it. They damaged her property, and no one is living in peace. September 16th, LaLaney and Daniel found out about the eviction, but we now know as recently as last Wednesday, the 2 were still living here. That gets us to Wednesday, the morning little Quentin was last seen. At 5:29 a.m., babysitter Diana McCarta got a text message. She told us it was from Quentin's mom, saying Diana didn't have to watch the kids today. Police told us the boyfriend, who we now know is Daniel Youngkin, police say that's the last time Quentin was seen. 9 a.m., another text message to babysitter Diana, this time from a grandparent, asking if Diana had seen the toddler. The 911 call 42 minutes later at 9:42 a.m. The WSAV investigative unit has asked Chatham County Police for that call. So far, they haven't answered our request. We know from the family, LaLaney told police that Quentin's father took the child. The family said that story didn't make sense. And by 2:30 that afternoon, police said the father wasn't involved. By Wednesday night, the effort to find Quentin involved the FBI, 2 helicopters, a drone, police on horses, tracking dogs, and officers going door to door. Thursday, we watched federal agents search dumpsters, ditches, drain pipes, and the woods. Brett Buffington, WSAV News 3, on your side.
Oh, the volume's on. Oh, there it is. Okay. See, that child couldn't get for longer than 2 miles, right? There's no way. Was everybody muted?
Yeah, I am because my kid's bouncing the ball right here.
But yeah, that child could not have gotten more than 2 miles by
No,
itself.
hell no. Hell no. He's too little. Look at his little
Right?
tiny legs. He's too
Yeah.
fucking tiny. There's
Can
no
you
way. There's no way.
can you do me a favor? Okay, so what you sent me did not have any of her handwriting on it. Can you go back to that part of the video and pause it? I want to read what she wrote. Because they're saying that she did ask for the kids to leave too. So I'm curious.
What part of the video? What do you mean, baby? Which one?
The
Bitch,
video.
I'm doing it right now.
Thank you.
I was already
Yeah,
on that shit before you even said it because when I heard that, I'm like, wait a minute, okay, I can't trust media. I gotta look for myself. Hold on.
I went to the same thing. I went to go see the document.
Okay, while you girls are doing that, I'm gonna play Deets on the Streets, the news clips that she's got them all put together. I'm gonna play that real quick.
Okay, cool.
I turned my fish tank off, guys. They thought I was peeing at my desk again.
We had a guy that used to pee on panels with us.
No way.
For real. That guy Will, the glare.
What? Really? He would just hose it out, not on mute?
Yep, like twice. Like in one session. Yep, didn't even wash his hands either.
Oh gosh.
I'm fucking dying.
And meanwhile, he's flirting with Savage the whole time.
Oh my god. Though not washing his hands kills me. Okay. Yes, he was.
Is there supposed to be volume or no?
Good question. There's no volume if they're supposed to be, Queen.
Hold on, there's no volume.
No.
Well, there is now. Did you have yourself muted? Did you mute yourself? Because if you did, it muted your video too.
Well, yeah, but if I don't mute myself, it fucking echoes. So I have to, because otherwise it sounds like there's two of me coming through the fucking screen. So I can't.
Yeah, it doubles up.
But it might have just been tinkering with me. Hold on 1 second. I might have had too much, you know what I mean? Because my first time, come on now. You got to come on now. Work with me here. Don't be making me look like a fool. I'm trying to do this. Hold on.
You cracked me up. Look at that stupid thing of Ryan up church. It looks so dumb there. Nicole said, "Mom stating she thinks someone took him right off the rip says a lot." I'm just picturing right now, just the glare, just like talking to Savage while he's peeing.
Okay, I'm going to start this. I'm going to pull it up. Then you guys tell me if you guys hear it this time, okay?
Okay.
Because I have it on here. Let's see. I don't know why there's two of them on here, but it says share tab audio. So let's try it out. Let me go mute myself first. You guys tell me if you hear it or if you don't. I'm going to mute myself real quick so it doesn't like do the double thing. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. You're good.
Dispatch 200 USS going out to the 620. Subject, all the subjects are on scene. This is possibly between a female and a father, child father. Subject is the man that complained to give him her child.
Dispatch Chatham 7 Alpha 2, 7 Alpha 1, County West Sergeant. We have a signal 56, 535 Bocaulta Road, 535 Bocaulta Road. Complaint about her 1-year-old son is missing. She woke up, her door was open. Advising he's unable to open the door. Thinks someone came in and took him. It's going to be a tan-skinned child with dark brown hair, green, blue eyes. Last seen at 6 a.m. this morning.
350 receipt.
This is Leilani, and her son is Hawaiian.
Any available unit they have on the west side, I need you to send them to Buckholder Road, 530, so they can meet up with me.
9 Alpha G, you can show me in route 56.
Dispatch Sergeant, so better copy a lookout on the missing juvenile. Going to be on a Quentin Simon, 2 years of age, date of birth 1/8/2020. The white male, about 2 feet tall, weighing 34 pounds. Blonde hair, hazel eyes. Last seen in area 535 Bocaulta Road around 6 o'clock this morning. Going to be wearing black pants with a Sesame Street t-shirt. Last seen inside the playpen inside of the home. Any units come in contact, hold and notify authority of Chatham 7 Alpha 2 at 1024. Dispatch available K9 respond on record. Available K9 on record.
Dispatch available K9 on Alpha 5. Any unit with a K9, we need it on record.
Agency with any available K9 unit respond on record. Any agency, any available K9, please respond on record.
10-4, I need a 1020 call out for all the units that are in on this call, this 56, so we can get a 20 on everybody for right now.
Dispatch all County West units stand by for roll call. Chatham 7 Alpha 2. Copy. Chatham 7 Alpha 1. I copy Jared 505 Bocaulta Road. Chatham 8 Alpha 1.
8 Alpha 1. I'm directly behind the house in the wood line.
Copy. Chatham 8 Alpha 2.
8 Alpha 2. We can bet Buck Coulter and Gerard along with 9 Alpha 3.
Copy. Chatham 9 Alpha 1.
I'm at 535 Buck Coulter Road.
Copy. 1863.
535 Bocaulta Road.
Copy. 1804 and 1808. Are y'all on scene yet?
Description listed. Complaint and refuse. Okay. Turned on ODG. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Copy. 1808 along with you.
1808. I just got on the veterans. I'm about 3 minutes out.
Good copy. All units accounted for. At 10:39 hours.
I'll be at my 1020. I'll be at 501 Buckholder.
Copy.
Chatham 317 to all units at 535 Buckholder. As soon as the K9 gets here, I need everybody to stop moving, hold your positions, call out where you're at, and then we're going to start a track.
Marine 5.
Marine 5.
You hold me off of that Buckholter 56.
Copy.
Tonight, Savannah Police, Chatham County Police, and other agencies using everything from drones to dogs to try to locate this child. So the 20-month-old was last seen at his home in the 500 block of Buckhalter Road. That is in the western part of Chatham County, and that was around 6 o'clock this morning. WSAV's Brett Buffington has been following this story for us all day, and he joins us now live with the latest.
And this is very much still a very active search here this afternoon, this evening now, as we've gone into over 7 hours of this search looking for little Quentin. I can tell you here in this neighborhood, people are very concerned tonight. And neighbors here tell me that they've seen this little boy out before, and they've seen him wandering on this street before. The search for this little boy, Quentin Simmons, has been expansive. In the air with a helicopter and a drone. On the ground with search dogs, horses, and deputies going door to door. The search for Quentin is news neighbors have found shocking.
It's a kid that's probably scared.
Casey Bowers, not the only one with that feeling that they had to do something. Michelle Miller and her friend, they're both mothers.
I mean, I would be devastated and would want everybody to help me as well. If it was my child, I'd want everybody and anybody that's willing to help come out and look.
It's why they showed up on this four-wheeler. So far, there's been no sign of Quentin. The Chatham County Police Chief admits this search is emotional, adding his investigators will find out what happened. But we're learning that Quentin Simmons, at just 20 months old, has wandered off before.
He was running back and forth in front of the house, and I was afraid he was going to get hit.
That neighbor didn't want to show her face on camera. She cried, telling us the story. Today,
the police officer came up and asked if she could look in my backyard.
Her home is just one of the many places police have searched. Here we go. We've learned this afternoon, just from the last 10 minutes, the Atlanta office of the FBI confirming that they have agents and personnel here assisting local police with this case. The Chatham County Police Chief, he tells me they've ruled out this little boy's father. He was nowhere near here this morning when the little boy went missing. In the last few minutes, we have watched as police officers went in this home. We know that they were waiting on a search warrant for that. Of course, it's getting dark out here. The police chief for Chatham County told us that they were likely to end the search part of this as the night fell and pick that part up early tomorrow. But I can tell you here at this scene, we haven't seen very many people leaving.
County, the ground search has been called off for the night, but investigators are still looking from above.
At nightfall, they launched a helicopter with thermal imaging to continue the search for 20-month-old Quentin Simon. We've also learned a dive team arrived near the scene tonight. Also new since 6 o'clock. Our crews witnessed investigators going through the garbage at the property on Buckhalter Road near Girard Avenue. We told you earlier that the FBI had asked for a search warrant to look inside the home, and since then, we've seen agents actively searching the home and taking pictures. The Chatham County Police Department told us that Quentin was last seen around 6 this morning and was reported missing around 9. A massive search with law enforcement and neighbors took place in the hours that followed.
And we have team coverage tonight. WSAV's Brian Gallagher has an exclusive interview with the child's babysitter. But we begin with WSAV's lead investigative reporter, Brett Buffington, who talked with the child's grandfather. Brett?
And Tina, tonight here in this neighborhood for the first time since 10 o'clock this morning, it is quiet. This neighborhood has quite literally been crawling with police officers with search dogs, police officers on the back of horses, and deputies going door to door looking for little 20-month-old Quentin Simons. Behind me, this is the only officer here tonight. You can see the crime scene tape is still up. The FBI and the crime scene investigators, they left about 90 minutes ago, but I got the indication in a short chat with them that they will be back here at this home tomorrow. Meanwhile, this day has been certainly very emotional for this little boy's family. We talked to his grandfather just a little bit ago. He told me this day has just been heartbreaking. Tonight, behind the crime scene tape, federal agents and investigators are looking for anything that can lead them to Quentin Simon. He hasn't been seen for at least 17 hours.
That's been rough. That's been real rough.
Thomas Howell is Quentin Simmons' grandfather. His stepdaughter is the little boy's mom.
He's a great kid, smart, always smiling. I mean, he lights your life up.
This has been a nightmare for him. He was out of town when he got the news. His wife driving in from out of state. The house, surrounded by crime scene tape, is theirs. Inside it this morning, when Quentin went missing,
my stepdaughter, her boyfriend, 3 kids, and her brother.
The theory that Quentin simply wandered off, he says, is puzzling.
I've never seen him open the door. And the oldest one's opened the door and came out, but he's never opened the door. So I mean, that's what's crazy about everything.
He says his stepdaughter claims that Quentin's father came and picked the little boy up, something that police have ruled out, and Thomas himself admits doesn't add up. Quentin's mom and others in the house this morning, we've learned, are at Chatham County Police Headquarters being questioned.
That grandfather tonight telling me that he wanted to say thank you. Thank you to the law enforcement officers who came from other counties. Thank you to the neighbors here in this neighborhood who got on four-wheelers, who got on their feet and walked through woods here looking for little Quentin. While we are learning more about how this morning played out with his family and the babysitter who was originally supposed to be at this home this morning. News 3 Brian Gallagher also here with me at the scene tonight with those details.
Thank you, Brett. Earlier tonight, I talked with the toddler's babysitter. She is sharing her concerns tonight. It's an interview you will only see on WSAV News 3.
I am been keeping Quentin and Zane for 6 months. I kept them yesterday, and they went home last night.
Diana McCarta says she babysits little Quentin and his siblings and was supposed to watch them this morning. She says she was confused as to why plans would change so suddenly.
I got a text this morning saying that they would not be here. I would not be babysitting them at 5:29, which was kind of odd because I have them even when she doesn't work.
30 minutes later, 6 a.m. was the last reported sighting of Quentin, according to police. Diana says other family members asked her where Quentin might be.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin? I immediately go to their house. I try to help them look. They didn't want that. So I've just been waiting around like everybody else.
Diana and other neighbors are shocked by the news and wonder what could have happened to little Quentin.
My heart is broken. I'm not his mother, I'm not his family, but I love him very much. And I just don't know what could happen. The police did a really good job of looking. And where does a 1-year-old go? They've covered a lot of ground.
Good. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Chief Jeff Alley with the Chatham County Police Department, and we wanted to provide everyone with an update to the extent that we can on the missing Quentin Simon. We have yet to locate little Quentin. We continue to investigate this incident. We've got some assistance from the FBI. We got numerous interviews to conduct today, as well as downloading phones and things of that nature to try to bring this case to a conclusion. It still remains a missing child investigation at this point until we reach a different conclusion based on any evidence that we may find or any updates or developments that we may occur here today. Just to kind of recap what we have done, as you know, we had aviation out here yesterday all day or half of the day, providing air support. We had mounted patrol from Savannah Police Department, which we sincerely appreciate. We had SEMA and the volunteers doing a grid search, an area search, looking for little Quentin. And as of this morning, we still have yet to locate him. So a lot of work to do. Our investigators are working extremely hard. They were here until 2 o'clock in the morning this morning, and then came back in at 8 o'clock for a briefing and are out here this morning continuing to investigate. So that is unfortunately all the update, substantive update that we have here this morning. I'd be happy to answer a few questions that you may have, and we'll go from there. So.
Chief, is foul play suspected at all in this disappearance?
As of this time, we have not had any evidence to lead us to believe foul play, but everything's on the table, honestly. So we're looking at this from many different angles. We're getting all the technology that we can, looking for cameras that were in the area, things of that nature. So, but as of this interview, we don't have anything of substance that would lead us to believe that. It's still a missing child investigation.
Do you know why it took 3 hours to report the child missing?
I don't know. It took 3 hours to report to the police. I haven't gotten into that level of detail when the mother noticed the child was missing. The only information that I have is that the boyfriend woke up, saw the child at 6 a.m. The mother woke up at some other time later and then reported the child missing at 9:39. I believe the call came into 911. So the time difference and whatnot, I'm not privy to that level of detail at this second.
From what I understand, much of the morning, like typically when it did start getting light out, police weren't out there. Only recently now police are. So why wait, in the precious hours of daylight morning to have police out there?
Please restate your question. I'm sorry, I couldn't
From
hear
what
you.
I understood from a reporter on scene, or from our reporters, there was much of daylight time this morning where police weren't out there. A little bit. Can you kind of explain?
This morning?
Yeah.
So, we had conducted our area grid search yesterday. So we didn't believe that we had exhausted that geographic area where we felt perhaps if he wandered away that he would be in that area. So we wanted to regroup this morning. We were out till 2 o'clock in the morning. Now we're narrowing it down to other small geographic areas, seeing if that would yield, finding Quentin. So we just felt that we had exhausted all of our geographic coverage area with what we did yesterday with the aviation, with the mounted patrol, with our drone. And we didn't feel that that would yield anything to be back at that exact location this morning.
How are the parents doing it this morning from your perspective?
Well, I haven't talked to them personally. Obviously, they have been working with our detectives. I can only assume that they're, at this point, they're victims. They are dealing with the loss of a child. They're worrying and wondering where he may be at. And so, as any of us, if we were in that position, I would be terrified. Having 6 children of my own, if one of my children were missing, I'd be a mess, quite frankly.
And then follow up to that, does Quentin have any siblings? Are there any other brothers or sisters?
I believe there is an older sibling, maybe a year older or so. I think it's a boy, but I'm not 100% sure.
So the FBI was there yesterday to help. Is that customary, or were there certain aspects of the case that they thought it was necessary for them to come in?
They will continue to help with the investigation in this type because it's a missing child, but there's also a potential it could have been abducted. Obviously, that falls within their wheelhouse. They're a great organization to work with. They have an enormous amount of resources that necessarily local law enforcement doesn't have, and their willingness to step in, provide additional manpower, as well as the resources that they have, which it is welcomed beyond belief. So, but because it's a missing and could be an abducted child, that's where it falls within their wheelhouse.
Do you believe Quentin is still alive?
I hope he's still alive. We don't know. We don't have any information to believe he's not. But statistically, we know, how these cases may end up. So we're going to hold out hope that he's still alive, that we can find him and bring him home safe to his parents. But we'll continue to look at all angles and exhaust all investigative avenues.
What would be the indicators of suspicion into an abduction? Like, what would be sort of the cases or the evidence you would need for to go into an abduction?
Well, if we received some tip from the community that was substantive, that we could verify, that would lead us to that conclusion. If there was any type of video evidence or cell phone evidence that would lead us to believe in that that it would be that. So that would is what that would be. And let me say, I'm sorry I didn't mention, if anyone has information on Quentin Simon's disappearance, they can get on Chatham County Police Department crime tips on our website and put that information in there. They can also call Crime Stoppers at 912-234-2020 with any information that they may have.
Have y'all been getting any tips?
I'm not aware of any at this point.
It's my understanding that his father lives north of here. It's not in town, but sort of happening here now with the rest of the family.
I'm not sure if he is here now. It is my understanding that he did live north of here. He was not here during the time of his disappearance. We did obtain a search warrant for the home. We're also obtaining other search warrants as of today, and we'll continue to execute those once we're able to secure those.
You know where those other search warrants are?
I do not.
What's kind of the plan for today in terms of the investigation?
Well, what I want to do is let the investigators do their work today, obtain those search warrants, execute those in a timely manner, probably reassess sometime later today and see where we may need to pivot this investigation. If anything, any information comes out today that yields a different result, leads us in a different direction. But we'll regroup later on today. I want to give my investigators space to go on and do their job. They don't need me in their face every 5 seconds asking them 100 questions. They're They're very capable, along with the FBI, and we're going to work diligently till we come to a conclusion.
Have you talked to the mother?
I have not. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
12 hours. That's how long a toddler has been missing in Savannah.
And this search is growing more desperate by the minute, especially as we get close to sunset. Our Kyra DeVoe joins us live now from Buckhalter Road because, Kai, that is where the boy was last seen.
Greg and Shannon. So the toddler was last seen around 6 this morning in his playpen. Quentin Simon is his name, and as the sun goes down, the search becomes more urgent for that toddler. By air and by ground, the search for 20-month-old Quentin Simon continues. The toddler was last seen around 6 a.m. Wednesday in his Buckhalter Road home. Chatham County PD, Savannah Police's Mounted Patrol, Mosquito Control, and now the Federal Bureau of Investigation among those searching for the toddler. Neighbor Tyler Edenfield said he is also helping out.
We all met together and pretty much planned, and then we all took a trip down Girard, all in the woods, and we've been just about any area we could hit as far as, where they're concentrating at.
Quentin was last seen wearing a light blue Sesame Street shirt and black pants. He has light brown hair and brown eyes. Yeah, so pretty much this road, entire Buckhalter Road, and roads around the area have been closed down for a big part of the day to continue to spread out the search to look for Quentin. They say if you know anything about where Quentin may see, or even if you have any idea, to call 911. Back to you.
Kai reporting live. Thank you so much.
We both left right there. I got here about 3 o'clock yesterday,
and I got here about 3:30 in the morning.
It's been crazy. I mean, we don't know nothing. Whether it's the answers we want to hear or answers we don't want to hear, we just want to know something. My concern is him, and that's all it is. I mean, we concerned with his well-being.
I know everybody worked really hard yesterday.
And we appreciate everything that everybody has done. All the people that's come out and searched for him and all that. And he's always smiling. He's a happy kid. I mean, you get some kids but he always had a big smile on his face, and he was always happy.
Let me ask you, why are you getting emotional?
Because he's not here. He's just a baby, and I want him home. He's just a baby. Leilani's my daughter. She's 22. She hasn't always done the right things. Sometimes she does. I don't know what to think right now. I don't know what to believe, because I don't think anybody ever believes that this is going to happen to them. I don't know if I can trust her or if I don't. I just know I'm hurting, and I want this baby home.
We want answers, and we don't have answers.
Just thank you to everybody that's helped.
Thank you for everybody that's looked for him.
And please don't stop looking.
Yeah, like I said, we want answers. We want to find him. That's the answer we want, is somebody found him. We're still hoping and praying, and we wish everybody to pray for him. Pray for us. Yeah.
Brand new at 6 o'clock, we are learning new details about the mother of missing 20-month-old Quentin Simon.
The child was last seen at his home in West Chatham County yesterday morning. The WSAV investigative unit has uncovered court documents showing Quentin's mom, Leilani Simon, was being evicted from the home where the toddler went missing. The search for the little boy now spans 32 hours. Yesterday, officers from surrounding law enforcement agencies used horses, dogs, and even drones to scour the area, but found nothing. FBI agents are now involved in this case.
Our lead investigative reporter, Brett Buffington, has been following the story from the beginning. He is back live in the neighborhood for us this evening. So, Brett, let's begin with what we've learned about Quentin's mother.
That eviction notice was filed just under a month ago. The home where Quentin went missing from, it's owned by his grandparents, and we've learned just days after an argument between Quentin's mother and Quentin's grandmother, Quentin's mother and her boyfriend were told to leave. New documents uncovered by the News 3 investigative unit tell the story of a mother arguing with a daughter. That Chatham County incident report, one of 2 found for this home, says the argument was over laundry. Maybe the biggest piece of information in it is that Quentin's mother, Leilani Simon, told police last month that she didn't want any trouble because she was on probation. Just days later, Billy Howell, Quentin's grandmother, filed for an eviction. She put in that notice that her daughter,
daughter's boyfriend, and 3 kids were living in her home. She says they damaged her property, and to quote, "No one is living in peace." That grandmother and Quentin's grandfather telling us today they just want Leilani to tell the police the truth.
Because she's lied to us so many times. And I don't know, it's bad to say, but she just likes to lie.
Today, in this neighborhood, federal agents went through dumpsters. On this ATV, they searched in the woods and along the freeway. The moments since Quentin went missing for his grandparents have been hell.
I'm dying. And I need everybody to help. Everybody that knows anything, everybody. I think he's just a baby.
We were there today as investigators searched another property owned by Quentin's family. The little boy's grandpa told me he cut the locks off himself so the police could get in. These grandparents just want to see their grandson again.
He hugs me. He wants me to pick him up and play with him.
So far, there has been nothing investigators have found to lead them any closer to answering the question, where is Quentin?
The Chatham County Police Chief this afternoon told us that his investigators are now pulling cell phone records, obviously putting together that those records most likely will be from Quentin's mother and Quentin's mother's boyfriend. And last check with the family, they told us investigators are still holding those 2 people. During this story, we just learned from the Chatham County Police Department that they can't tell us whether those 2 are still being questioned.
Our top story tonight, it's been nearly 48 hours since a Chatham County toddler went missing, and tonight there is no active search that we're aware of right now, but investigators are still working to find Quentin Simon.
Earlier today, more than 75 officers, including the FBI, joined the search near his home in West Chatham County. Our team has been at the home where he was last seen speaking with family members and neighbors. The family told us the boy's mother and her boyfriend were released after hours of questioning by police.
The Chatham County Police cannot comment on who may have been interviewed, but tell us they are still treating this as a missing child case, and instead of a broad search, are now focusing their efforts on targeted areas. WSAV's Brian Gallagher has been gathering details all evening and has an update on Quentin's mother and her boyfriend.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. For all of yesterday and most of today, the whereabouts of Quentin's mother and her boyfriend have been in question. Well, tonight we're learning that the neighbors witnessed the mother and her boyfriend at their house all throughout the day. Now, neighbors claim that the 2 finished being interrogated by law enforcement very early this morning. And then later that morning, neighbors say grandparents came by. Now, with Quentin missing for nearly 48 hours, tensions were running high in the family. And that's when things started to get heated. Neighbors say they heard several arguments all throughout the day. I was on scene a little after 6 p.m. tonight, where I heard another scuffle break out from across the street. Chatham County Police is asking residents to turn on their Twitter notifications, which is where the latest updates are coming from. Neighbors and family members are hoping for answers as it's closing in on hour 48 of Quentin's disappearance.
Now the search continues for a missing toddler, 36 hours after he was reportedly last seen by his mother. Our Andy Cole joins us live now from Buckhalter Road in Savannah. And you've been on this story all day. Tell us what's the latest.
Hey, good evening, Greg and Shannon. Investigators were out today searching for 20-month-old Quentin Simon, but still they have not been able to find him. Earlier today, I did get a chance to check in with his grandparents, who, as you can imagine, are desperate for answers.
Do you believe Quentin is still alive?
I hope he's still alive. We don't know. We don't have any information to believe he's not.
Chatham County Police Chief Jeff Hadley is optimistic 20-month-old Quentin Simon is still alive. But as the hours tick by, hope is waning. Quentin's grandparents, Thomas and Billy Joe, say their daughter, Leilani, Quentin's mom, is just 22. And according to court records, Billy is Quentin's custodian.
She hasn't always done the right things. Sometimes she does really great, and sometimes she doesn't. And I don't know what to think right now. I don't know what to believe, because I don't think anybody ever believes that this is going to happen to them. I don't know if I can trust her or if I don't. I just know I'm hurting, and I want this baby home.
We want answers. We don't have answers.
Quentin's grandparents tell me more than anything, they want answers.
Whether it's the answers we want to hear or answers we don't want to hear. We just want to know something.
It's just a baby.
Home where they all apparently lived last month. We've also learned that Leilani had a child support order filed against her just last week for both Quentin and his 3-year-old sibling. Shannon and Greg.
Andy, tough to hear that interview you did with the grandmother, but so poignant when she talks about the fact that it's just a baby. You've been pressing the police for answers. What's the latest on the investigation?
Yeah, Chatham County's police chief says that they have undergone, quote, multiple interviews today, and they were also working to download the data from Quentin's parents' phones. We'll, of course, keep you updated on air and online as more developments come through. Greg?
And if they're asking anyone with any information about that young child to call 911. Andy, reporting live. Thanks so very much.
Oof.
So there's that.
I heard something that was weird when they said that the mom woke up and the door was open, he was gone, right? And then the boyfriend last seen him in the playpen at 6 a.m. Just like, which one was it? Or was it?
What'd you say? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
You see how they said the mother of Quentin woke up and the door was open, he was gone?
Yeah.
And the same time, the boyfriend said he saw him at 6 a.m. in the playpen. So it's like, did she not get up
at 6 a.m.? No, obviously not.
Right.
So obviously he got up at 6 a.m. to go to work, and the baby was still asleep in the playpen. She got up at 9:30 and is claiming that he was out of his crib and the door was open. And the babysitter said that the kids have gotten out before. This is not something new. This is something that has happened before, that the kids have gotten out and that they have been seen playing in the ditch with the mother nowhere around, that she called Billy Joe. This is from the babysitter. She claimed that she called Billy Joe and told her about it, and that Billy Joe called Leilani and said, get your ass out and get the kids, or whatever she said, something along those lines. And that Leilani went out and got the kids, that she was somewhere in the house. But the babysitter said that she was nowhere to be found, that the kids was out there by themselves, and she wasn't anywhere around at all.
Wow. There's definitely drugs involved. You can tell. I mean, that even, like we were talking about, that grandpa even looked like his eyes were rolling a little bit in the back of his head. And when the grandma would talk about her, you know what I mean, being not as, doing things right or whatnot, you saw him look right down at the ground, almost like maybe he's partaken with her in drugs before. That's kind of like.
I don't know. I just think he's stressed out. What do you mean? What are you talking about partaking? That's his wife.
No, no, I'm talking about grandpa.
Right.
Maybe
grandpa
with
and the grandma.
Daughter. No, maybe have partaken with the daughter before.
That's his stepdaughter.
Yeah, stepdaughter. Sorry.
So you're saying you think that the stepdad has done drugs with his stepdaughter?
Yeah, I said maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so that's your theory on this. Then is that where you're?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I think I have concerns with everybody in the situation. Like, I'm confused why grandma, like, first of all, we don't know if grandma has legal custody. So they keep saying custody, grandma has the kids, but we don't know that for a fact that I've seen. So what is weird
what we really
to me,
need is somebody that's close to the family, or somebody that's to jump on here and tell us what's up. That's what we really need.
Yeah.
Because I'm just confused why all of a sudden now you want to evict them and the kids. Like, if you're so concerned about your grandkids that you have custody, if that's true, why are you now relinquishing that and sending them out onto the street with their parents? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. It doesn't.
So now it makes me think that if that's true, then grandma is suspect. Because how do you go from, I don't want my daughter to go down the same street that I went down and I'm trying to help her out and all of that, that I tell the babysitter to give the kids back to her, even though the babysitter told me there was concerning things. I told her to give the kids back to her. And now I'm just going to kick them all out of my house. It's just, nothing is adding up with
none
grandma.
of that makes sense at all. And like, I know grandma had a past and she wants to give her daughter a chance, but she stood right there and said she doesn't trust her. And
They're
And
very everything they say is very contradictory to the things that they do.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's where
right.
I'm having the biggest problem.
Yeah, definitely. Cause yeah, because it's like clear as day. I read it like 90 times. She did say the kids too in that eviction, and I was really shocked. I was thinking maybe people had that wrong because it didn't
Well,
make
I
sense.
was like, okay, you really can argue either way, but the fact that then she hand wrote it out, because I thought the one that I read was all typed up, but that one was her original apparently that she
Right.
completed. And so she did like actually wrote them out. So
Yeah.
I mean, she did ask them to leave. So why are you asking them to leave when you know they have nowhere to go clearly because your daughter's a drug addict? So what do you think is going to happen to your grandkids when they leave?
Yeah.
Why didn't she just include them and keep the kids if she had custody or wanted to continue to, or, wanted to protect them? So you don't give a shit about the kids.
I'm trying to figure it out. Like, okay, so maybe like she had no plans of actually kicking her out, but just like on the level of petty because it was the day after the fight. Like, I'm gonna evict you and I'm gonna have this over your head, bitch. Like, I don't know.
If
That's
you
the
don't,
only thing that I can
paying
make.
me my money
Right.
for the rent, right? It's
But
like
she
almost a
didn't.
warning.
Yeah, but she didn't
I don't
ask
know.
for money though. She didn't ask. She just said she
Right.
wanted them removed. So
She
yeah, she
specifically
could have
said
been
that,
petty
too.
and do that. But what are you going to do when the sheriff show up? Be like, "Oh, I'm just kidding, officer. I was just trying to scare her." I mean,
Right.
they're going to come and kick them out. What do you think's going to happen? That's the whole point.
I mean, that would make as much sense as her not trusting her daughter and having her live with the kids, though, too. I mean, it would fit
Yes.
right into the story because it makes no sense.
Yes, grandma and grandpa both said that they didn't trust her because she lies a lot, is what they said.
Yep.
I don't know. I just think everything. First of all, I think the grandma is culpable for that reason. And then grandpa, where are you at? You don't have nothing to say. You're not going to tell her, no, these kids aren't leaving this house. Are you crazy? So you failed. Now babysitter sees all these markings and everything and keeps reaching out to the same grandma who's not responding and thinks it's a good idea to continue to reach out to the grandma about concerning things. She's culpable. She's at fault too, in my opinion. The neighbors, I'll give a pass to, seeing them run around and everything. Although I think they should have called police every time they saw kids out there alone. And that would have put some pressure on them. At some point, a social worker would have been involved just for that reason alone if it continued to happen. But they get a pass for being at fault. But everybody else, mom's boyfriend at fault, mom at fault, biological dad at fault. Nobody's protecting these kids at all. Nobody.
Agreed. Do you notice when the grandma was talking at times, like he would almost like cut her off and like he'd look down.
Grandpa, I noticed Grandpa was kind of like when she started to burst into tears saying she didn't trust her, he was kind of shocked or something. Like he kind of like looked at her like, oh shit, like you're gonna go there? Okay. Like he wasn't expecting it or something.
Yeah.
And then he started talking shit too, but like he was like kind of a little thrown off, like, oh shit.
I don't know. In all fairness, they're really going through something crazy right now.
Yeah.
Like their grandbaby's just gone. You know what I mean? In between their
Right.
and having to realize that it could possibly be something to do that their daughter did something to their grandbaby. I mean, they're probably in shock. I just to keep it real, I would probably still be in fucking shock and not, I mean, she's lied to us before. And she, I mean, we really need somebody who knows the family or knows them a little better to come on here. So we can get a better idea of what's going on. You know what I mean?
I don't have my Facebook right now, but has anybody done Facebook stalking and went down the rabbit hole into the cousin's third cousin?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have groups and all that. Like there's groups and all kinds of stuff.
She said Facebook stalking.
Like there's all quit, Tilly.
My friends call it walk and stalk, but yeah,
Walk and stalk?
Yeah, they're like,
Dude.
did you see what's on walk and stalk? I'm like, no. What's his profile say? Like,
Oh
it's
my
ridiculous.
God.
Yeah,
that's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, but from what we do know, shit's fucking weird. So
Yeah, so much suspects and so much sus things going on there. It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm just going to need some more court documents and things because I don't think any of these people that are speaking and not speaking are credible at all. So I really need to see some social worker notes, some police officer notes, some investigator notes, like something. Because all of these people,
Because think about it, so far, the people that do know them that have kind of got in touch with social media is Babysitter Lady, and she's just like Jody Sue Brown 2.0. Like,
Yeah.
so I feel like anybody that would be willing to talk to us, Queen, is probably gonna be like on some bullshit, dude. Like, because why would anybody in their right mind want to talk to any of us?
You know what it makes me think of? This case reminds me of the case of the fire starter bully case. The families and the people involved. It's like when you get that type of quality of people, you're not going to get to the truth. Just saying.
Right.
Sad
Right,
but true.
yeah.
But you're not, because everybody has their own personal agenda.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
And see, like with Babysitter Lady not doing anything about it, she has an agenda. You know what I mean? Like, that's a good example of it. Like, and I think that
Well,
there's
yeah,
a little
she
bit
went
of
live,
attention
said a whole
seeking.
bunch of shit, and then blocked her whole Facebook down. But I mean, now once that shit's out there, it's out there. You know what I mean? It's been out
Well,
there.
then she goes on to Ziggy's panel and does an interview. She wants the attention. That's why I'm calling her Jody C. Brown.
Right.
You know?
Yes. Yep. She sure did. Yep.
So she's liking this shit.
Anybody that wants to click the link, it's open. The panel's open. So if you want to come up and add to the conversation, or you know something that we don't, or you can fill us in, come on up.
Somebody was
and
saying too that they seen her like in the comments, like, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you." Like,
Oh,
it's
God.
not like an acceptance award or some shit. You weird bitch. Like, come on.
Yeah, I'm not getting nominated for a fucking Oscar.
Yeah, you're not getting a golden dick or anything. Calm down.
Bitch, she said golden dick.
Holy moly!
Oh my god, not the golden dick award. No.
Hold on, we got B Tim up here. B Tim in the house.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, B-Tim?
Why is it removing you like 50 times? Are you here?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Hey Tim.
How you doing? I don't know. Maybe I did my maximum amount of time on on a panel. They said,
StreamYard
okay,
said that's it. That's it.
You're done, B-Tim.
You're done for the day. You had too much. You got to stay home now. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation. I mean, like, I don't know why this babysitter's actually online. I think that's the dumbest move you could possibly make in any of these cases. I know some people say they want to clear their names or stuff, but like, that's usually backfires on you completely.
Every time.
It looks like it has. Look what we're talking about right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, guys, just keep quiet. Especially if you're. She said she was questioned by the FBI, apparently. So if you're being questioned by police or authorities, I would suggest you don't say anything to the public and just keep your mouth shut.
Especially since that's probably what they told her to do.
Yeah. Now, did you answer? I didn't know if I caught it because I was jumping in between things. Did you answer why the grandmother accused her of stealing her kid?
You know what? I need to listen to Ziggy's interview with her because I bet Ziggy asked her that. I only skimmed through it, and it felt like.
Yeah, I was going to say I did not listen to Ziggy's interview, and I don't have permission to play it, so I'm not going to. But
Well, she says in her Facebook interview that she stormed in front of her door and she accused her of that.
well, and you
No,
hear
I
on that
know.
news clip, the news clip that played that Beats has, you can hear them yelling and screaming at each other, which is, I'm assuming, when she goes and kicks the front door in or whatever.
Yeah.
I was wondering
Because
if that
you hear
was the
two
fight,
neighbors yelling back and forth.
or was it the mother-daughter arguing? Like, I couldn't tell. Like, I don't know where the name.
It was mother-daughter arguing.
I don't know.
Or mother, or would it have been mom and boyfriend?
Maybe
I
don't
couldn't
know.
hear anything, so.
Heard her scream, "Leave me alone!" Right?
Yeah, I
Leave me
heard.
alone.
Oh, it was an echo. Sorry. Yeah, I heard from on the Facebook. Basically, she slammed through the door, accused her of stealing kid, like the Quentin, and then ran out in the front, screaming it out in the public.
Okay.
That's what I heard in the Facebook interview.
But here, and that could be, but think about this also, is grandma told the babysitter to give the kids back or whatever. Now she gave the kids back, or she gave them back at nighttime, but kept them during the day. So could grandma have been talking about that situation? Like, could she have ran over there and been pissed because she thought she did keep the kid after she told the babysitter to return them? I mean,
No, my understanding of the timeline, you can correct me, is that she got a phone call 5:40 or 5:39, where she said she didn't have to come into work for watching the kids. And then basically like 3 hours later, they report the kids missing. And then later at that night, she finds out and she volunteers to actually look for the kids, but they don't want her to help the babysitter. Am I wrong with that timeline? Or it could be. I'm a little sketchy with it. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I think she said she went over there and they didn't want her help finding the kid.
Yeah. Yes. So my thought process is that basically, like, why would the grandmother go in there and accuse her of having the kid if she never actually went and watched the kid at 5:30 or 6 o'clock?
When did Grandma get home from being gone? Like, how long before he disappeared? Does anybody know?
Let me check. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Because that would mean that Grandma was home when he disappeared.
Give me a moment. I'm just rereading a little bit.
I want to say I heard that she was on her way home as soon as she heard what was going down, that she traveled home or whatever. I'm not positive though.
I noticed in one of those interviews she had like a Starbucks coffee in her hand, but that was probably because she was on her way home, maybe from something like that.
Yeah, because I'm reading from the article. It says that the mother woke up at some other time later and reported the child missing at 9:39. The chief said. So Quentin's mother's boyfriend woke up at 6 a.m. and reported seeing him at that time. That's what I'm reading from the news.
That part I think is a lie. And I think that part of the timeline, once that gets fixed, will make more sense. Because I don't think anybody saw the baby that morning.
Yeah.
I don't believe it either, because it was out of the ordinary for her to call off the babysitter, right? So I think something happened the day before or the night before or whatever, like after the baby got home from the babysitters the day before or whatever. Like something happened, I think, way before. I think you guys are right.
And if they're using, drugs or whatnot, and there's been cases, instances you guys all know about where the kids come across it and they end up, so some sort of drug and end up passing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the timeline. I feel like definitely would be a lot earlier that the kid went missing, and it's the usual case scenario where they say, "Oh, well, you saw him in the morning, but then they just magically disappeared a couple hours later, and that's why we waited."
Exactly.
So, I mean, if I was to guess, it would probably have been at night. So I guess
and I'm thinking at bedtime or something. I bet you there was some sort of irritation because they're not used to being parents, and now they have a kid who don't want to go to bed.
And Liplock says, as I understand it, the grandparents had been out of town for 3 weeks. And I pretty much take Liplock's word for it because she knows her stuff. So,
well, we knew that, but we didn't know. Someone said 2 weeks. Somebody said 5 weeks. We weren't sure how long it really was.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, personally, do we know when the babysitter last was there to actually see the kids, or did anyone actually last see the kids?
I think it was the day prior.
The day prior, so it'd probably have to be at nighttime that the kid went disappearing.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Is like, let's say they actually got rid of, let's think a little dark. Let's say they got rid of him. They have plenty of time to actually do it, and they just use a car and they just drive away and just get an location. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The whole timeline waiting until like almost 9 o'clock to report it is a little suspicious. I don't know who, but it's definitely an odd case. I think though I don't know. I don't think the babysitter has anything to do. I think she's just pissed off that she's being accused of it, and she's going on social media, and she's not being smart with the idea of going on social media. I think it's a very dumb idea. I don't think you should ever go on social media to, say anything unless you're trying to get attention for your missing kid to get more like flyers out and stuff like that. But that stuff where she's basically saying, she's basically saying that she's innocent and all that's on social media, or she's just saying she found belt marks on this kid. She's only making herself look worse and worse, and also she's just muddying up the case.
Not me, I promise.
Yeah, it's not me. I have headphones on. I always have headphones on.
Yeah, it must be. It's okay. It's Savage. All right, go ahead.
Sorry.
All right, baby. I was gonna mute you. I thought you were busy.
Yeah, I mean, it says, how did the grandpa get there at 3 p.m. if he work night shift? That was it. Was that okay? 9:30. Okay, I'm just reading the chat. Yeah. So my opinion is that it's very odd. And why would another good question is why wouldn't they report the actual abuse if she saw belting on a like a kid? Why wouldn't she report it? You know what I mean? Like to
She's guilty of that for sure. I don't think she has anything to do with the disappearance, but she's definitely guilty of this child neglect or whatever you want to call it, but not making the call to CPS as opposed to just telling the grandma multiple times.
Yeah, I think this, but I think that's what I mean. Like she went on there on social media, and now everyone's going to focus on that, and she just put a giant target on her back, and she's she's gonna be shutting down social media because she's realizing she's getting like a ton of people asking, why have you not reported this abuse to the authorities? So so it's not good for her. It's not good at all. It's a terrible situation.
There's so many fuck ups in this, but from the grandma to the babysitter to obviously the parent.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't want to jump to the gun and be like, oh, the parents have something to do with it or something like that. To me, like I usually wait to make my comments and like that because in my opinion, it's like that can easily be like allow a lot of people to be vigilantes. I mean, I have my opinion. I'm going to keep my opinion to myself until I have more evidence. Because right now we just have a muddled timeline and events of like, we don't really have much of anything else to go by except for some bad records of the mother having a kind of a criminal record and fighting with the grandparents and all that stuff. If I accuse people based on that, then half the YouTube would be accused of some kind of murder.
Right. Exactly. Well, no, like I mean, I feel like what it is safe to say though is that, like, based on what we've seen, like that people definitely were failing this baby, but from grandma to grandpa to mom to dad to neighbor to babysitter, but that doesn't mean that they're like responsible for something nefarious. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like,
yeah, I mean, like I just like to be careful of who I name, because like I can imagine the crowd is gathering, the vigilante crowds are gathering, and they're already picking sides, and it's like I don't want to be added to it until I get more information, and I don't want to be, I accuse a lot of people of jumping to conclusions without facts, and I don't want to be one of those people that jumps to conclusions without facts. I can comment about what she said about the belt marks, but and how odd the story is.
I mean, but like it is a fact that she wanted her daughter and the kids out, and then she said she didn't trust her daughter.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a big stretch. I mean, like one thing to not trust your daughter, another thing to accuse them of, murdering her child.
That's true.
That's like a huge jump. You know what I mean? Like,
she could have been saying that in the way of like, did she let this baby wander off? Like, it might have been something more.
But we don't know.
Maybe negligent and more negligent than nefarious accusation of trust or not trusting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's tough to be. I'm reading Block no more comment. I butchered the name. Sorry, but she's like, I'm trying to be. I'm working hard to remain as objective as possible.
I'm really trying hard, but this is like it's sounding like Summer Wells 2.0 over here and shit.
But this is the thing about it, though, is it seems like every single person is guilty of failing the child. I think that's the only difference. Like, it's not even like one side's really good, one side really isn't. Like, right now, they all just look bad until I can read some more police reports or investigative reports or something.
Yeah.
Like, they are all, I mean, babysitter, right. She should stop talking. She should never have started talking, but like, she's the one that's put a lot of the information out there. I mean, without what she said, I mean, law enforcement has said literally nothing.
Well, of course they're going to say nothing because it's an open investigation. They don't want to actually
let
the suspect know.
Right, but sometimes they'll still throw things out there, and you can kind of read between the lines sometimes in the articles, but now all you have is just this very vague timeline and the police officer saying they have nobody of interest.
I mean, that's nothing new with the law enforcement. They've done it in Kylie Rodney's case. They've done it with Dylan Rounds. They always do this. Like they barely give you any information, and then they basically they're very fake and slow dripping information. So it's nothing new that they do that. Even like the Debbie case. I mean, like they didn't even say it was a murder. They actually just said it was a death, and then they wouldn't even confirm it was a murder or a suicide at one point. And someone gave you a super chat, by the way, like a sticker, Queen.
think we got our super chat.
Thank you, KNS.
Twerking for you, Candace.
I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, like, but with
I
that
think
situation,
I think Queen
Yeah,
Bee stepped
thank you,
away. So
KNS.
thank
I
you.
didn't want to be rude, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
don't worry. You could. I mean, it's more important that you read this chat. To be completely honest with you, I don't mind stopping and letting you read that.
Exactly
I
where
didn't want
similar.
to be
That's how I
rude, you
think
know.
too. I'm just busy with real life
There's one
projects.
thing that's a fact here, and that is that babysitter, grandma, and obviously the parents, whatever you want to call them, the boyfriend, is neglect for sure.
Yeah, and I'm just, I'm just going to wait until more information. But I definitely think like the kid was probably neglected, and there was probably a very, very bad situation at home if there's fighting with the grandmother and parents and all this stuff, and the babysitter seeing abuse. I mean, like, with signs of abuse, then I would say like, yeah.
And a kid's gone missing, and you're out fighting so loud that news media can hear you. I mean, if you're not even being careful at all, chances are it was really bad when nobody was paying attention.
Yeah. So I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, but it's nothing new. I mean, they don't even want like the cops just rarely release information because they realize that the cops say themselves, we don't have an obligation to actually tell the public jack shit. And that's why they don't tell anyone anything. And then we all speculate, and we spend like 3 months speculating, and eventually we get the answer, and it's like it's nothing like we thought it was because we barely got a drip dry of information, like a little bit of information usually.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, because when it's been said by more than one. Like, there's a babysitter, and then that one anonymous neighbor that said the babies have been gotten outside the house before, like, hadn't been watched very closely. That this could be a case of that, dude. You never know.
It could be an abduction. I mean, like, I think someone may have sold the poor baby. Drugs are very expensive. Yeah, but I don't want to jump to that conclusion. That's the thing. It's like once you say so, someone says Sammy Turbo said that.
Sammy Turbo.
Yeah, in chat.
Oh.
Not me. I'm not saying that.
I was like, where the fuck did you go? Like, beat Tim? Are you there? I know Savage didn't say that shit. So wait a minute.
Yeah. No, but but that's what I mean. Like, you get people that might just insinuate that just based on the records, and it's like, like anything could happen. Like a guy could have just saw the kid by himself and just picked him up. Anything could happen. That's why I don't jump to conclusions until I get more facts.
I feel like there's a community of people, like trafficking and like sales of children and shit like that does happen, but
Absolutely.
I feel like there's a community of people that thinks it happens more than it does.
I mean, usually it happens in coastal cities where it's like a lot of people come in and out, or like a lot of closer to the border. That's usually where it usually happens, to be honest with you.
Like actual like trafficking into
actual
trafficking
trafficking
type of
actual trafficking. You'll see in a coastal city mostly. Somewhere a lot of transient people come through in and out. You don't see it too much in small towns. I mean, unfortunately, it does happen and it's organized, but not every single case is that. It's sometimes just one single sicko, or or the parents that just did something. Usually, in most cases. But yeah,
to me, it feels like, and this is just an opinion, speculation, opinion, the whole nine, that if she was on, she was using drugs and whatnot, the night before, maybe something happened, and those timelines, like they're saying, 6 a.m. and the door being open, all that is, I don't know, obviously an excuse. That's just my opinion and speculation, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, how they're saying the story sounds very familiar to like Area Sellers, where like they literally, like, the foster parents had this little girl, and she said that this little girl was, grew up in the streets because her parents were like kind of homeless and drug users, and the foster parents said she liked sleep in the backyard with her clothes, and then they just said she magically disappeared, and it turns out that she was actually killed days or like weeks earlier, and then basically starved to death in a cage. And and basically they disappeared the body, and they just waited like that long. I mean, like, it just sounds kind of like the same thing to me, but I'm waiting but that's what I mean. Like, it sounds eerily familiar, but I still don't want to accuse the parents.
Frisco chick that was in a coastal city in San Diego. That happened. The 15-year-old that was lured from her PlayStation. Like,
Yeah.
A lot of them target young people online, and then they do whatever they do. And
Yeah.
I think I want to do a video about that case too. Like,
it's an interesting case. We talked about it here. I remember I brought up
Yeah.
with mom. It's an interesting case. She's still missing.
I want to know more about the biological mom too. I went and listened back to Queen's Live, and then Sleuth Mom's video, and the stepmom was like, yeah, we call her the egg donor. She's trying to make this all about her.
Yeah.
Somewhere on social media. I want to know more about her.
I believe there's an interview of the step parents on YouTube. I'm trying to remember the channel. I have to ask.
Yeah, Sleuth. I think it was Sleuth Mom interview.
No, there was another one, another channel with Sleuth Mom as a co-host on it as well that had the interview of the stepmom.
Okay.
I don't even know what the mom looks like. I haven't even seen a picture of the mom. Have you guys? I have not seen a picture of.
The mom of Quentin.
Yeah.
Of the little boy. Yeah, I have. He looks just like his mom. Let's see. Hold on. Queen, you got a picture of her to put up on the overlay?
I saw the boyfriend because he had like the dreads and whatnot.
Yeah. By the way, it was Crime Time with Mal. It was it's called Discussion with Mom. Gracie lured away from home from PlayStation, and it has the Shannon Huffman discussion with her and Sleuth Mom. By the way, if you want to listen to it, Cappy, here's the video.
Crime Time with Mal. Okay.
What was she playing? PlayStation, and then got lured in by someone else that was playing PlayStation type thing.
Well, I think it was like a whisper app. No, like some say it was PlayStation, some say it was a whisper app. But basically, she was like playing a lot on this game, like a lot, like till 6 a.m. She was spending a lot of time. She didn't have a lot of friends in real life, and it's just she wrote in her note that a woman like kind of said that she was going to bring, like, she's running away to a home where like for runaways or something by a woman, and they don't have like any sort of video of like her with the car being picked up or anything. And she took her laptop, her phone, and her PlayStation with her, anything that can be used for identification, and she hasn't used the PlayStation since the account. So that does not bode too well in this situation. So I mean, like, she's in a coastal city, so and it's kind of like the usual MO for traffickers to kind of go through these areas, kind of like where kids are, which is online games. I mean, obviously you got to watch your kids and all that, and they, it's that type of thing. But that's the issue. It's like basically, with these online games, you got to watch them a lot more closer, or have some sort of surveillance program to watch them. Maybe.
I was playing Fortnite, I don't know, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and on my headset, and I'm hearing, little kid and whatnot. And I'm like, how old are you? He's like 7. And I'm like, what is going on right now?
You're like, no.
Yeah. I canceled out of the game and went to a new game because I was like, what's going on right now? I'm playing with
like immediate discomfort, I'm sure. Like that's like very like no.
That's why I don't play online games.
Like cursing, and I'm like, what the? You know what I mean? Like I just jumped out and got into another game.
Yeah, that's why I don't play online games. I just play single player games once in a while. It's very rare I play them though, and I just don't like playing online games because I don't like interacting with possible children.
Dude, Frisco, I think that is so crazy that like PlayStation, like, or how Apple is in court, like not like submitting things when summons. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because there's multiple reasons. One of them is like people worry about their privacy, about their phones being hacked. Another thing is I think they just don't want their technology to be revealed to the general public, probably because Apple is terrible with like repairs and everything.
Right.
Like they don't even allow like any sort of instruction. That's why I don't have an Apple or a Mac, because good luck getting that repaired cheaply. You're better off with a $250 PC that like a laptop, or $350. But yeah, that is the situation. So yeah, it's crazy.
There's too many young kids on not just social media, but like all these gaming platforms and whatnot.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of these people. They just don't like. Honestly, it's a little bit different than how it used to be, where you used to go outside and play, and then you had a group of friends that you would hang out with, and you know, most likely you'd have to be told to get home at a certain time, and that was it, and that was the time. Now it's like you can, you know, you're online all the time, and you get these people feeding this information to you and all this crazy shit, and then, you know, you get lured away. It's unfortunate.
I mean, we used to play Manhunt and stuff like that, and hockey and whatnot, whatever it was, and now these days, it's just like kids are just stuck on, you know, video games, staying inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate.
Have a good night, pecan pie.
See you around, pecan. So,
Bye, pecan.
I mean, is there anything else? Anyone has any other information about this case? Or?
No, I just sent Queen a picture of Mom with the baby on his birthday from the it's from the video clip she played last night. To show you, Nick, if she's there right now. I don't know if she saw it yet, but I gotta jump down pretty soon.
I was about to ask you, did you hear about that the Missouri, the woman that escaped in Excelsior Springs?
No, what is that? What's that about?
A woman was like basically held captive in this guy's basement with like a chain around her neck, and she escaped to like one of the neighbors, and he's being charged. But the thing is that they're pulling out barrels, like the same things, used like plastic barrels from his place, like 10 of them. And she said that this guy killed her friends.
Yeah.
And it's called, you know, it's in Missouri, so it's Excelsior Springs, so it's.
Wow.
So they're finding dead bodies in these barrels?
I don't know if they're dead, but they basically, there was, I think, a couple outside and there's a couple inside, and they're hauling them out away. So I don't know what's in the barrels, but it's very weird that he has a rental property and he's moving out barrels out of the house, the police. That does not seem normal for police officers to just pull out water bottles or water barrels or just empty barrels. So it's kind of weird. I mean, I was watching a little bit on Sleuth Mom, and it was quite crazy, actually.
How long was she captive for?
I don't know. I'm going to look it up, but basically, I can read you the article because if I go by memory, I'm going to mess things up. If that's all right with you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So charges have been filed against a man after a woman reported Excelsior Springs police that she had been kidnapped, held against her will, and essayed. Police said the suspect, Timothy Haslett Jr., which is Haslett, which is Haslett Jr., was charged with Clay County Prosecutor's Office with R-ing, kidnapping, and assault. The woman was taken to a hospital for treatment where she was stable condition. It's a scary world to be, quote, it's a scary world to be raising a daughter in, said Alicia Murdoch, especially being in my hometown. The crime scene, which was just down the street from Murdoch's house, is like nothing like she said she has ever been. There's never been much activity in Excelsior. And it also shows a video of like them grabbing barrels and stuff. And 4 hours, neighbors sat and watched. Detectives took bags of evidence out of the house in corner of Archer Avenue. This is going to be a multi-day investigation, said Lieutenant Ryan Daldy, Excelsior Springs Police. Police said a woman ran out from the home screaming for help Friday morning. It was readily apparent that she had been held against her will and for a significant period of time, Daldy said. The woman told police she was kidnapped, essayed. She also said that are more victims. This is ongoing. We're continuing to find more and more stuff. A cadaver dog also searched the property. A video from News Chopper 9 showed detectives combing through evidence on the side of the house. No details have been released on the investigation may have found. Authorities said investigation will take time. The nature of the crimes is just make it so that we can't finish it in a day. That's the reality of it. Neighbors wait and learn. The police investigation reveal Excelsior small community. It's just shocking. And it's like basically like this guy was a quiet guy, and how she escaped was basically he was getting his kid he's taking his kid to school, and he had this woman in his house with his kid, and it was basically like the day he can have custody because his wife had custody majority of the kid. I guess it was visiting time, and she just ran out of the house during that. So people are suspecting that he might be like an actual like serial killer that they're suspecting.
Wait, there's a serial killer in California right now too.
Well, it is California.
I thought you said it was Missouri.
No, it was no. I'm saying no. It's not Missouri. I mean Georgia. I mean, I'm reading the wrong article. Sorry, you got me mixed up. I was like,
I'm sorry.
no, it was Clay County prosecutors. So.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Texting, you're up here, but turn your camera off so I can drop the screen
Yeah,
down.
Clay County, Missouri. You got me like mixed up. Yeah, I was reading that article. That
Turned
guy.
it off, T.
Okay.
Hey, Queen, will you
Yeah.
will you put up that picture of the mom I put in our chat so Nick can see her?
Yeah.
I've been wondering what she looks like this whole time. I don't know why I couldn't find anything.
The little boy looks just like her, like identical twins.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like someone wrote, like Stephanie says, you know who else had barrels in their rental? Jeffrey Dahmer. And I don't know what you would have in the barrels, but
Oh my God, he did.
also like people don't know this, but like acid doesn't go through plastic. Let's just say certain acids. So I mean, like that's like my mind just overworking that situation because I can't
Yeah.
imagine why cops
I
would
do
be
that.
haul-
I do that sometimes too.
Yeah, because I can't imagine why cops would be hauling off blue barrels out of a guy who supposedly held a woman captive. This makes no sense to me, you know?
Got to be evidence in there.
Yeah. Excelsior Springs, Missouri. Thank you, Pursuit Mom.
The big MO. This is 2022. This is what the hell is going on?
Hey, yeah, it's definitely a fucking weird year. It's not as weird as 2020, though.
God, that's such a weird year.
Was it? I wasn't around for all that. It was a lot of crazy. Was it? That was around the old vid, right? So.
What do you mean you're not around there?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Were you not
You know what I
born
meant.
yet?
Like, I wasn't on YouTube. Like
No, you know what? It was weird here.
Get
though,
off the
because-
street. Get off the street.
listen,
You're 2 years old. You
A
can't.
lot
You
of
can't.
these people I met in 2020. I met Queen in 2020, but I've been here before that, right? There she is, Nexie.
Oh, okay.
She does look
Oh
just like you.
She looks just like him, right?
Yeah.
But no, it was like during lockdown in 2020. Usually, like, because I've been on YouTube since like 2018, or like I've been like maybe like 6 years, like 2016. But 2018, I've been chatting since 2016, but I didn't start a channel till 2018. Okay, anyways, but like YouTube usually had seasons where like winter time and fall were like your views would be up and the chats would be like booming, and then summer and spring they'd like kind of fizzle out and people would be doing vacationing and doing things, you know, and not so much like watching YouTube. Well, during 2020 it like never stopped, and ever since then it's kind of been different. I feel like people engage more on social media than they used to prior to 2020.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, honestly, I think also a lot of people just are not accustomed to social media. They just take things too seriously.
Yeah, that too. But I'm just saying about traffic and numbers. It's like definitely more of a thing now than it was before, you know?
Oh, on a side tangent, did you see now our favorite Hobbit is trying to is calling out that Patriot guy, calling him a nerd?
Is that
Hobbit.
TG?
The Dolly guy, the Hobbit guy.
Oh.
He's like, he goes in his comments, his last video, and he's like, I gotta look for his comment now, but it was just so cringe-inducing. He's like, nerd, don't mention my name.
Oh my God.
Progressive Patriot. He was like literally a video not even about him, and he's like trying to like bully him for some reason.
Oh my God. Such a crazy ass.
He says, yo, nerd, keep my name out of your mouth. You don't know me, boy. Only time I'm going to tell ya.
Oh my God.
And it's like, bro, you have 10 of what does he have, like 20,000 subs or something? I don't even know.
Did you see Upchurch changed his middle name to Treble? Legally,
I noticed the video. The only reason why it was brought to my attention because he mentioned mini goats, and you know how I'm like about shearing sheep and stuff like that. So someone commented about that.
Oh my God.
Trouble.
Ryan Trouble Edwards Upchurch, yeah. And if you scramble those letters around, it spells true.
Oh God.
Cam, you've been waiting on me to jump up here just to say that.
Can you confirm or deny that he has miniature goats in his yard? We need to know, Texas.
I have no
You
idea.
you are our man in the inside. You need to go to his
No.
new place and check the goats to see
No,
if
I
they're
have
miniature.
no idea. I haven't seen anything from him in a while.
Listen,
He,
if he does
he
have
uploaded today.
Well, I haven't been looking today. I was dealing with family and lawyer issues this morning, so
I'm sorry. Okay. My bad. My bad.
No,
You got a
I
real.
mean, I would
you got
rather
a real
be
life.
watching all watching the trolls, but I didn't get to do that. Queen Bee, are you on here? I can't see.
I think she's here. Hold on.
She not up.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm back here. I'm listening. What's up, baby?
I got a couple questions. I stayed up forever last night, but I'd never seen the live pop up. So I was like, and this is not the setup question, but
We was on here, but my stream and it kept being weird. Really weird.
I thought it might have been for members only, and I didn't know. And I was thinking, I hope not. I stayed up a long time, and it never came up.
Yeah, I went to go watch it, and the video wasn't there anymore. Now that I remember.
StreamYard's been locking people out, like doing all kinds of things. Like people have been complaining a lot. I guess they changed. Like, I haven't gone live with StreamYard since last year, but like I guess they changed like it's part of the format of how it looks or whatever. And people are like not liking it. And then also with changing it, like that all these new problems are happening. A lot of people are complaining about it.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that. It's so stupid. It's like, oh, it's working perfectly fine. Everyone's happy with it. Let's change it to completely get up, guys.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I like fixing things that aren't broke. Yeah.
I have a second question since I wasn't watching the replay. It wasn't up when I looked this morning because I could be guilty, and if I am, I'm sorry. But you were talking about in your community post about guidelines, and we're going to get some stuff straightened out here. Just tell me if I've done something wrong.
No, it's not you. It's not
Okay,
you at
well,
all.
I know I slipped a
my
couple
mic?
times, but I've tried to be real, But
Were you worried about us talking about?
No,
like,
you're fine. It's well, we went. I did go live last night for a little bit for a couple hours, but like I said, my StreamYard's been acting up on me. It's been acting up on me since the other day. So
I blame me.
We're
and
trying.
Texas. I blame me and True Texas because we were talking about Biden and communists and
No,
Putin.
not too much. And hey, brother, I want you to feel at home today, so I threw you some tomatoes. I don't know
Exactly.
if you
Thank you.
you. A few.
Oh, True Texas, cool. I like
It's
it.
cool. I need to figure out where Four Squared's at because they used to come in here, and I think they either got blocked or something happened. I don't know what happened, but I need to figure out where they're at or who. You know what I'm saying? What their username is, or if they're still in here.
They got I don't know who that is. And I ain't never looked up their channel, but I think they was getting blocked on another channel last night, if I wasn't mistaken, or getting timed out a bunch.
I want to know what happened to
I
Brandon.
wonder what the hell for. They had fun.
I
in
don't
here.
know.
They
I
were
could
pretty
be
cool in
wrong.
here.
I could be wrong. I don't know. It was somebody getting timed out, and it seemed like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I really don't know. I just thought they were the ones that was like playing around with the tomatoes and stuff. But maybe I could be wrong. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, that was the one that
Foursquare's
played
the
around.
one's always giving Tim the tomatoes. I mean,
Always.
that's why I jumped in there.
Yeah, I thought it was just a big ass joke. I didn't know. You know
Yeah,
what I
it's a
mean? I didn't
joke.
know. That's what I thought, anyways. Is
Yeah.
it not, or is there something I need to know?
Yeah, it was a joke.
I have to tell you a dark secret. I was attacked by tomatoes as a kid. I was beat up by them.
Oh God!
And it's a trauma that follows
No, I
me
just
to this
didn't know
day.
if they were trolling to be nice or trolling to be mean. You know?
Yeah, but either way, yeah, it's probably just it's a joke.
I was doing it today to be funny towards Tim because I didn't see any flying. Usually he gets enough to make a salad.
Yeah, I got enough. Someone threw a whole day's value of food at me just now. Earth did, but yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm used to it. I think some people who jump on other shows, like other shows, are not used to actual dealing with the people that might joke around with them, and they just immediately say, "Okay, you're timed out because you're throwing tomatoes at me."
No,
My feelings are hurt.
I've seen Foursquare do that a lot in a lot of chats, kind of
Yeah,
lightly
it's like-
trolling type thing. Yeah.
Oh,
that's not my thing. So if I do something like that, it's a joke. I'm not meaning to get under anybody's skin. Trust me. I'm blunt. I'm probably right there with Queen Bee on being blunt. If I
How
want
many
to be
blunts
blunt.
have you had today so far, sir?
Blunts? I can't smoke weed, dude. I'm in Texas and I'll be looking for work after I have a procedure done. So no 420 for me, brother.
No problem.
That's that.
When I say blunt, I mean straight to the freaking point.
Yeah, I mean, I just stayed up till like 1:30 and then I went to bed. I couldn't stay up for the rest of this live. That's why I was trying to look for your watch, but couldn't find it. Did jump on Patriots panel for like 20 minutes at the end, mainly because this guy annoyed me. Like a guy like literally was like, I went to Paceless and he says, I will bet you $100 on this, and he's like, doesn't want to take the bet, and I'm like, I'll jump on it. I'll take $100 bet. We want to bet money, and I was like, yo, I'll bet it's an accident, and you bet it's something, it's murder, and he didn't want to take my bet, so that was the whole reason why.
The dog in.
So it's suddenly quiet. So what do we want to talk about? What other subject you guys want to talk about?
This one's got me stumped here.
Which one?
This case right here. I mean, not stumped. It's just so much crazy, weird.
Welcome to true crime. Everything's crazy and weird.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, look at the Dylan Rounds case. The kid literally disappeared, and no one still can find this kid. Like, only his boots.
Because it could have been prevented big time. You know what I mean?
I mean, a lot of cases could be prevented with something, but it's like hindsight's 2020. This is like definitely, I feel like some sort of nefarious situation has occurred with this kid. But I'm just very reluctant to say a person's name because you know how people run with shit, you know.
That's for sure.
But someone says, "I heard the belch." No, I am not. I am not from Dolly's panel. I did not belch. That was probably Nick. Did you belch?
For who?
Someone says, "Excuse me, I heard that belch."
Oh, like a burp? No.
Yes.
It was not me. You might have heard it's my dog, but no, I did not burp.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this kid's found, but it's not looking good, unfortunately. The longer it goes.
Queen Bee, I just sent you a private text on your private
I
message.
think I burped. Maybe I did. I don't even know. I can't remember. I am drinking beer.
So, you drinking beer. So, anywho, what have you been working on, Nick? You been working on anything interesting?
There was no UFC yesterday. I'll be on a NFL podcast tonight for the football game, the Sunday night football game. My Patriots won 29-0 to beat Detroit.
Do you bet on those games, or do you just like do it for fun?
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet. I won 200 today so far on the Jets. The Jets smoked the Dolphins, like 40 to something.
Nice.
Yeah, I picked my spots.
Yeah. I've just been doing research on, like, because I streamed, just twice a week, so I have to do research on case situations and stuff like that. So it's not.
Yeah, yesterday was usually there's UFC fights every single weekend, and there wasn't one this weekend, and there wasn't one 2 weeks ago. So I've been 2 Saturdays off, but I have not missed a UFC live stream, meaning like I've been on live for every UFC fight for the last 3 years. So just put it this way, every Saturday for the last 3 years, basically, I haven't went out.
Yeah.
But I love it. I really do. I enjoy it.
She left this up. So who's all still on here besides Boston and Tim?
I have no idea. It's mystery. It's the mystery panel.
Did Cappy leave?
No, she split too.
She split. Yeah, I was just researching by myself Jinko Furuta case. So that was an interesting one. You ever heard of that?
Nope.
Nope.
What's with that one?
It was like in '88 in Japan. It was considered the worst crime in Japanese history.
I want to ask you two guys something because I don't know. That private chat I just sent to her, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm glad to know that. I'll learn something then. I have to be careful. Not so much with this. I trust you.
Well, most
I don't
people
want that announced to the everybody.
Yeah, most people who are on panels like us usually don't mention anything that is shown in private, man. You know, we had one time we had a guy come in here. He told us who killed Jimmy Hoffa, and we still haven't told anyone to this day.
Right.
I mean,
he's in Area 51.
One of these days, maybe on somebody's safety deposit box safety insurance paperwork, we'll know that what happened to some of this shit. I know I got stuff in my safety deposit box for insurance reasons.
So you're admitting that you killed Jimmy Hoffa?
No, different than that, but just, you know, in case somebody wants to get out of line on a couple things, it's like, okay.
Oh yeah, the Whitmer shooting, like Lindsay said, like the person that told us about that. You know, you heard about that on Friday, right? She says that shooting was talking about on Friday night. One of the victims was a high school student, and she has to have surgery to have the bullet removed. But the other than that, the victims are okay. The victims are okay. Oh, jeez.
It was safety deposit boxes. My mom, before she passed, she put like a couple $1,000s in the safety deposit box, even though you're not supposed to put money in there. And when she passed away, they wouldn't give my father rights to the safety deposit box. So there's still money sitting in there right now as we speak.
If you ain't on the list and you ain't the benefactor, the only person can bust in that box other than the people on the list is a benefactor, executive of a will. They can have them drill that box to get a copy of the will out, but they are not to get anything else out of that box. No money, no jewelry. And it's not illegal to keep cash in your box, man.
Oh, really? I thought it was.
It ain't. I mean, I didn't ask them, but I got some in mine.
Yeah, that my parents didn't have like a will or anything like that.
No,
my mom was 62 when she passed, so they didn't have that like ready to. You know what I mean?
Well, you could probably go through and get to that box.
Yeah, probably. It's been 10 years. My dad just kind of like let it go.
Let me see. They made no
See,
arrest.
I was going through some of these same conversations this morning, brother. So I mean, I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the safety, whoever with the bit, was no will, so it never did get probated. You need to get a hold of one of them dudes, because what's going to happen 10 years from now or after so many years go by, they're going to bust in that box and then they're going to take it, and it's going to be waiting another 10 years for somebody to look you up and say, hey, you owe this amount of money.
Oh, you know what? The bank closed down. I'm starting to remember everything now. It was a smaller bank, and it's not even open anymore.
Now, see, I've wondered what happens in that case. That would be
The Debbie case?
no. What Boston just said. You got stuff in a safety deposit box at a bank, and it just closes down. And like, say you're working out of town or something, you don't know nothing about it. It's like, what happens to the stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that's when everybody gets their hands in there to figure out who's got what. But
I think someone says true Texas Blue Bonnet says, true Texan, how are you doing?
doing better after listening to you people. It's not fun this morning.
God bless you, brother. Hope you're doing better.
I wish it's quibbling over with this kind of BS we're talking about right now, arguing about some of that.
Gotcha.
Everything.
When you're dealing with lawyers on Sunday morning, it's not going to be a good day. That should be a Monday through Friday kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't even think lawyers worked on Sundays, to be honest with you. Most lawyers take off the weekend. Like, they have work at home, but,
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, too. I got thrown for a loop on this one. Oh, and the Dallas Cowboys are beating the Rams. That's a freaking luck. There's gonna be some people lose money on that one.
I almost bet the Rams. I'm looking at the game, watching the game right now, and I'm like, I'm basically winning money because I didn't bet the Rams. You know what I mean? So I'm not losing.
Yeah, it ain't over, but it's like I can't believe they're even beating them. But no, we were on here the other night, and I don't think either one of you guys is on here.
No, I wasn't. It was like 1:30 at night. I was.
Oh, we were on here till 3 or 4 in the morning, man. I mean, Queen Bee, she couldn't get back on there on the panel to shut it down, and we just hung out till she finally got her phone to work.
I was scared of my mic. That's why I didn't want to jump on. I didn't want that noise to happen again. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the aliens, but
we were just cutting it up. We weren't.
You talking about my family again, Boston?
Is that Buttercup?
Now, who jumped?
No, that's Earth. That's Earth.
Oh,
we can't see. Who is it?
I can't see. Yeah.
Sound
Where
like
the
that
hell do
girl.
you think it is?
I think it's Marilyn Monroe. Came back from space and actually started talking to us.
Congratulations. Now go fetch yourself a Scooby snack.
Exactly.
Scooby snack.
I never looked at.
Sorry.
Now, how did that happen? Queen Bee's not here.
She is. She's top left. It just doesn't have her icon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm here. I
You know-
was gonna say I just came back. I let Earth in here, and then I moved that picture off and started unpinning comments.
Don't worry. We were talking about geopolitical comments and basically talking about politics.
You were
and
burning it the fuck down, eh?
Yeah, and we just basically started talking
Well,
about
then.
every sort of type of politics that can easily get you banned from YouTube. I made sure to talk about it every single time. We also talked about Rakita Law, and we talked about his statements as well. We made sure to really go into details about what he said.
Queen
Hey,
Bee,
that's my buddy.
I did send you a private text over there to the right on the private chat. I think you'll know about the 2 individuals I'm talking about, or 2 groups. But I reached out to somebody last night that's a mature male adult and talked to him for a pretty good while on the phone. I said, you need to get this shit all squelched, man. And I said, I think you're the only one I've seen can do it. And I'll leave it at that. I figure you got an idea what I'm talking about.
So you're talking about the fight that you're going to have with the sumo wrestler.
Dude, I'm old. Too old to fight. I just had to pull the gun now, man. I can't go that fight.
The only thing you need to do is do like a belly flop against the sumo wrestler, and just basically whoever has the biggest belly flop, they win. With the sumo wrestlers.
Oh Lord!
You ever watch a sumo? Just a side tangent. Do you ever watch a sumo wrestler?
I have. It's
Oh my
pretty
God.
cool.
Yeah.
They eat like what 10,000 calories a day. Jeez.
You ever watch that
Hey,
hot dog?
B10, let me ask you a question. Sorry,
What is your question? No, you can ask your question. What's up?
You were talking about tomatoes earlier.
Yeah.
Please tell me you were not afraid of the movie, The Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
No, that was a joke. I was not afraid of the
Good.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I watched the movie years ago, but
I thought it was Attack of the Killer
Okay, good.
Clowns.
no, there was a killer
No, that's
tomato.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space, honey.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
right.
it was about like the movie was kind of a joke, and they threw like real tomatoes at people. And
Oh, that
it was
movie is fucking
supposed to-
dumb.
And it was supposedly like these tomatoes attacked humans, and then they made an actual cartoon about it. And the cartoon was actually pretty good. Attack of Killer Tomato cartoon, if you ever watched it. So
Dude, they got a movie about killer donuts, okay?
well, the most famous one I remember that people laughed at because they didn't know. I think it was the Attack of the Hoppers or something like that, and no one knew. It was like, I'm trying to remember what the name was of the movie, and it was like a 1960s movie. I'm trying to remember, and basically it was no one knew who the monsters was, and then when you realized in the movie, Attack of the Leapers, I think it was, and you find out that it's actually giant bunnies that attack like the entire town.
I think y'all spoke of something to watch these movies. I've never heard of this weird stuff.
Yeah, it was called
trust
Night
me,
of the Leapers.
Oh, trust me, I've got some bootlegged movies that never, and I can guarantee you they never went to theaters. They were straight to video.
It was like a 1972 movie, Attack of the Leapers, The Night of the Leapers. So they
Dude,
had
I
like
got a movie called Trailer Park Trash Zombies. Okay.
I watched it.
Okay, that's the movies that I got.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that's just like that's how it was. So that movie was kind of
Yeah.
hilarious because they made everyone think it was like these monsters, and like the banner was like all dark figured and the eyes, and then you find out it's just giant rabbits, and it's like it was like the biggest joke in horror movie history, kind of.
Well, there's some weird horror movies out there, but this has been years ago, but I never did kind of, I don't know, that I guess it's like around the first of the like everybody having cell phones or whatever. But that Blair Witch Project, I mean, I was like, I watched
Oh
that.
my God.
That was like, to me, that's tomato throwing material right there.
Movie was
That
scary.
freaked me out though. When they're in the tent and like just all the and then that actually freaked me out that movie. Just getting lost in the woods and you just end up at the same spot. Oh man.
You just chill out till daylight, man.
Yes, the one movie I really like is the Little Shop of Horrors. I have the
Okay.
original one.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's actually Jack Nicholson's 6th movie that he made. It's a black and white 1960s.
That would be kind of cool. That's got to be cult. That's got to be like cult movie status stuff.
You guys remember that Critter movie? What was it called? It wasn't Gremlins. It was
Tremors.
No, it was called Critters.
Was it
You're talking about
Critters?
Yeah, it was Critters.
That one was cool.
Yeah, 1986, and then he made a Critters 2, and then they made I think a Critters 3, and then they made a TV series about it.
Yeah, that's my brother's nickname, Critter. Nobody's allowed to call him that but my grandfather.
I think that movie was based on like I think they did it was during the Gremlin. It was when Gremlins came out and they started doing all these little monster
About that
movies.
same time, yeah, I think.
Yeah, so
Man,
I
I
think
fucking hate Gremlins.
I did too. I thought it
Oh,
was
really?
stupid.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. I was a kid though. I was born in
Well,
84.
I kind of deny. I think Blair Witch Project was actually a pretty good because the thing about Blair Witch Project was the marketing. A lot of people don't realize the marketing for that movie was brilliant. That marketing basically sold that movie. They made it like because at that time was like really at that particular time where it wasn't like the internet wasn't like people were still kind of infatuated with the internet. They believed whatever, and you could actually fake things like that. And a lot of people believed it was real for a while. Like literally, that's why they thought. I mean, as dumb as it sounds today, but the marketing was fantastic for that movie. That was the whole reason why that movie became hugely successful.
Oh,
And you know how cheap it probably was to make that movie? Oh.
Yeah, it was. I think it was low. I think it was like 12,000 or something like that. How much was it?
Wow.
Let me see. Blair Witch Project budget.
Well, see,
It was $60,000.
that's it.
Yeah, it was $60,000 budget, and they made how much? 248 million.
Wow, that's quite the investment.
Yeah, it is, considering how much it took to make it.
$60,000. Yeah.
Well, look at Halloween. Halloween didn't take that. It wasn't that much to make that movie, and look how much success it is.
I mean, a lot of movies that, like, for instance, The Evil Dead was a very cheap production movie and became a cult classic. That's why they did.
Holy shit! I forgot about that. That comes out
Yeah.
next Friday. That comes out Friday.
Yeah, but that
The last
Halloween.
Halloween.
See, you're telling. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't. But I'm older than probably most of you people, so you're starting to tell your age a little bit when it comes to that original Halloween. That's been a
I'm
long.
38.
Me too.
You're 38.
I'm a 100-year-old
Yeah.
woman. I'm actually a 100-year-old woman. So just,
You
I'm
got
the
older when you
oldest
say
one.
You sound pretty
I'm the
damn
oldest-
good for it.
You know what? I've been doing my yoga exercises, and the crystals have been helping me. So
You got to put those old movies
Pilates
like
or
that in
whatever it's called.
context, though, when they were made, the technology, I guess, is what I was getting at, because it's a pretty good, but we had drive-ins and shit back then. So, I mean, those are good drive-in movies. Friday the 13th.
Oh, we still have some in Vegas. I think we have at least one left in Vegas,
yeah, but the silent movies.
but it's
were
only
having its
open on
charm.
weekends.
Drive-in movies, Tim, not silent movies.
No, I mean I watched silent movies. Silent movies were pretty good. I mean, like I love the Phantom of the Opera, that scene when he just removes his mask and he's kind of like, they decide whether to be the monster or be attacked by the crowd, and he just gets killed by the crowd.
I haven't seen that.
It was rare, you know, like, I think, I'm trying to remember, when was the last silent movie?
I wonder how much the movie Birds took to make. You have to pay those birds a lot of money. You know what I mean? Like
The birds getting paid money.
Dude, I swear, out here where I am in the mornings at like maybe 6 or 7 when I go out to get coffee, I think Alfred Hitchcock is like looming around somewhere because there are like a fucking shit ton of birds everywhere. And I'm not talking just doves. I'm talking fucking pigeons, blackbirds, cricket, you know, all these cricket birds, sparrows. They're fucking everywhere. And I'm like, all right. I'd be like, all right, you know, I'm like, Alfred Hitchcock, you know, you need to go back in your grave, dude. Go. Take your birds with you. We're not making a second movie. Okay, go.
Those birds are called crackles, and people go out and shoot off
crackles.
Yeah, shoot off blank shotgun shells to run them off, and they even do it downtown. It's grackles or crackles, I can't remember. They're worse than pigeons. They just crap all over everything, man. And
Well, we don't have them. We never had a lot of them out here in my neighborhood, but when the neighbors across the street moved in, well, fuck, there's about 100 of them that go to their house.
They're feeding them then, yeah.
Yeah, Florida has these ducks. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Florida has these ducks. They can fly for like 16 seconds max, maybe 13. Weird number, I know. But there's nonstop in my neighborhood duck fights. I've tried to break up 2 of them, and
They hurt, huh?
225-pound male, and I can't not break them up. I'm trying to rip them apart. They just wrap their necks around each other and just go. I mean, they fight over the women ducks. It's fucking crazy. It's those ugly ducks that like stuff on the nose, like the warped nose, and I don't know if you can. If they're Florida ducks, they're not good looking ducks, but yeah, it's
Florida ducks are not good looking ducks. Good to know.
No. Yeah, they really aren't. They're actually
Well, out here.
Invasive species.
Sorry. Well, see, out here, when our ducks fight, they shoot BBs at them right in the butt area where it's not going to hurt them that much, and it breaks them up.
All right, you know what? We're getting along too much. We need to throw drama in there. Let me think.
Shut up, B.
You know, we need to spice things up. I think football sucks. UFC sucks. Debate me, bro.
You suck.
Let's go. Let's go. I gotta save the stream. We gotta start some drama.
All right. I'll tell you. Now tell me, what did you guys see that video of that daycare worker who put on that scream mask and terrorized them for those babies?
Yeah, I saw it.
No, I did not. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Joe, I want to smack some bitches. I'm not kidding. I couldn't even finish it. I got at least a minute and 10 seconds in. I'm like, all right,
yeah,
I had to, dude, I went and stole one of my mom's doobies. And I don't even smoke a rolled up doobie, okay? I smoke one of the vapes, okay? I was so fucking angry at what this woman did. She thought it was hilarious. But I saw her apology video, and she says, well, some were laughing. And she's like, some were laughing. I'm like, bitch, ain't none of them were laughing. None of those kids were laughing.
How old were
they?
They
were all crying.
They were like 4 years old or something like that.
No, these were two. Some of them were 2, some were 3-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the pictures. Actually, I have the article looked up in New York Post. I actually saw the video too, but yeah, it's.
But what got me the most is just in her apology video. She's
okay, wait a minute. Are you talking about the? Hold on. Are you talking about the daycare that they wore the mask or whatever?
Yeah, she's talking about that.
So what? She did an apology video. The babysitter did, or the daycare provider did, or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop a video in a little bit about it.
Yeah, because I just seen it. That girl sent it to me, and she sent me the video of the girl doing it. She was pissed.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
fucking fuming. I was fuming. I stole one of my mom's I don't smoke doobies. I don't smoke blunts like you and my mom. What else am I supposed to call them? I make fun of my mom all the time for them. I smoke the vapes, but I went and stole one of my mom's little doobies, and I got high last night because I was so fucking pissed as I was writing this and as I was watching this bitch's apology.
Yeah, you want to see the actual video
And
of her scaring kids?
she's like, I don't care what you guys think. And I'm like, bitch, you better start caring what people think, because there ain't no coming back from this.
Yeah, this is the video, by the way, if you want to watch it.
Okay. Yeah, let's watch it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched 3 minutes of it and only clipped some parts of it.
Well, this is a short video. I mean, like, it's,
Well, play it. I mean, I ain't got
Yeah, let's
my
fucking
hands
play
are
it.
wet. I'm trying to cook dinner, but go ahead, B Tim. If you want to play the video, play it. I mean, it's all
Sure.
over social media, so.
Yeah, I'm just making sure it's the.
Yeah, I'm
You
right
want me
there
to
with
go
that
find
girl.
it real quick?
Yeah, I had it too, and I just deleted it accidentally.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with that girl. I'm fucking pissed. My mom had only one choice word for her, but I can't repeat it.
See you next Tuesday.
See you
Something along those lines.
That's what I
Something
always
like
say.
that.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Here's the video if you want to play it. I can play it for everyone.
Rock and roll. Let's go.
Yeah.
You
Be
ready?
careful, Boston. You might need some weed.
Hold on, let me get my bowl.
Yeah, let me
I'm
get
gonna
my
play
vape.
it. I'm gonna play it.
All right, Earth, mute, because you have a hell of a time staying muted. So go ahead and mute real quick before he starts this. And Nick, you too, mute. I don't want you to say you didn't mute because I can see it. So mute your
No, I
mic.
mute my mic. You want me to mute my mic or downstairs?
Yeah, I want you to mute it, or I can mute it. If you can't get it, I'll do it. It's up to you. I mean, sometimes you say it's muted and it's not muted. I don't know if it just clicks off or what.
I mute my mic so that
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want you to mute it so it doesn't I can't hear anything in the background.
Hey, this has been good. Don't get hurt. I got you. Daddy's been good. So, Parker, no. That's bad. Are you being bad? You want me to take you outside? You better be good. Hold on. I hope y'all ready. They're supposed to be cleaning up, monster. What are you doing?
That was disgusting. Oh my
I'm pissed
Lord.
off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Oh, yeah.
was that too far? And what would you do if that was your child?
Oh, there's a lot of things I
Me?
could do.
Elbow right over the top, real quick.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things I would do.
That happened to me by one of my aunts, thinking she was some super funny word that I'm not going to say. I had nightmares for 3 or 4 years after that shit. When you're that
All
little,
four. Well, there's people in the chat. They're all everyone who was involved are fired. They're gone.
Oh, really?
Now, as for charges, I have no idea. But to be honest, I do believe that is considered CA. As in, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
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 That is. I don't care what anyone says. That is considered CA.
Why do they
Especially
film
the
that?
way she picked up that little boy by his arms. That was a
Why-
little too aggressively.
Why do they film it?
Because it's stupid.
Like that was clearly looked terrible. Anyone like would see that be like, yeah, this is clearly abuse. You're using the scare tactics to force them to clean up the area.
And she kept going with it. Like she didn't just stop. Like when they got really, really scared, she kept going with it and going with it and going with it.
She's like, you got to clean up or something like that. I mean, like that's just weird. That woman needs to like go.
Well, see, when I was in high school, we had a daycare center for students who had kids. And we walked, now there was 2 of them. There was one for, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. And those kids, they belonged to the teachers. The other nursery, those were for babies and toddlers like them in that video. We didn't make them clean up their mess. We cleaned up their mess. We did it. We didn't tell them to clean up their mess. That was our job, not theirs. So why would they say to go clean up their mess? That's your job. And that's what strikes me. You're there to take care of them. You have to clean up after them. And these kids, they can't fend for themselves, especially when an adult wearing that mask is coming near them.
Well, not
And
only
when
that, they're
she-
using it as a form of discipline because she said, "Are you being good for your
Yeah.
teachers?"
Oh, I didn't even hear that. part.
And there's different forms of discipline to do, and that's not that right there. That's going to be a stamp in their minds for a very long time.
it took me 2 or 3 years. I remember it after it happened, man. I mean, I'd have nightmares about that mask. I can't. It was like an old witch's freaking warded up. It was a good mask by today's standards as an adult, but it screwed. I'd have nightmares all the time for 2 or 3 years after that. And I told her, as an adult, I said, I hated you for a long time for that shit.
It's just mind-boggling that like you hear them. They're not crying. They're screaming.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
screaming. And she's chasing one of them around, and he's clearly running as fast as he can for a toddler, or a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and then she goes back out and comes back in and does it again, like when they're all behind the desk. Like, I mean, it's one thing if she did it and then she realized it scared the crap out of them and she took the mask off right away and I'm sorry, but no, there was none of that.
Well, here's what she said in her video. I mean, they're children, so they're going to have the reaction that they had. Some laughed at me, some didn't like it, some had no reaction. There's no freaking way that some of those kids were laughing at her and some had no reaction. There's no freaking way. Those kids were crying. Those kids were scared to death. Excuse me, I'm sorry. They were scared the living daylights out of. So who is she to say anything about those kids? If you watch that video, I didn't see any kids whatsoever laughing. The only person I saw laughing is the woman the woman in the green shirt standing in the doorway laughing.
Where's her apology? Can we play that?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's
Do you have the video?
let me tell you, let me look it up and I'll tell you where to go find it.
Yeah, because I'm trying to look for it, and it's like I don't want to really like. I'm worried about playing actual like news footage. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how they like
Oh, it's a Facebook post, and they can't. It wouldn't strike anybody if it's a Facebook post, so it's all viral.
Yeah, I don't know. Just I'm usually careful on other people's channels.
But
Yeah, Cappy's not happy.
dude, I'm like so heat. I don't know. This story made me so heated.
Cappy,
Because I've worked in daycare. Okay, that's not that's not discipline. Okay, you don't fucking traumatize kids like that. You don't. You either put them in the corner until they stop acting out and they learn to behave. You either put them in timeout. You sit them in a chair and watch how and you sit them in a chair. You sit next to them. You lay them down for a nap, or you call their parents.
Was that daycare or was that school?
Daycare.
Not that it matters, but it was daycare.
Yeah, it was daycare.
Those kids see the problem when it was happening to me in the nightmare. I couldn't explain to my mother what happened because you're a little bitty, like I say, 2-year-old. But when I got about 3 or 4, I could explain what caused all that. Oh, she smoked her sister bad. I mean, bad.
And you're right. They can't go home to mom and be like, "This person did da da da." I mean, maybe but they wouldn't take it. Thank God it was filmed. Thank God.
Well, they filmed it themselves.
Yeah, well, the lady who whistle blew, she's getting backlash too.
Was that the person that filmed? Was the person that told?
Oh no, I think there was another person that was I think there was another person that videotaped it as well. Because there's other articles that say videos plural, not just one video. There's, I believe, the way they're talking when they say videos with an S, there was more than one person recording. Or they're either saying there's more than one video or this happened before. But I don't think it happened before. I just think there was another person that videotaped it. I don't know. This is why I don't read news articles, because they spin too many stories. They spin it out too many times.
I'm with you, Xers.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, and I'm gonna go pull it up.
Cool.
Oh my lord!
And Gray's got another video actually too of the Kyler car as well, from a different angle, by the way. Tahoe Donner camera. Just came out. There, like there's another angle that he's looking at now. Like
I heard some weird stories about this. Maybe this Fibio show or some others this morning, and I'm like going, the girl's dead. She drove off in the lake. I'm thinking, I didn't comment on their channel, but I'm like thinking, oh my gosh, it's like some of the weirdness is starting all over.
Mm-hmm.
What weirdness? What are you talking about?
Well, I wouldn't dare say, I wouldn't repeat what channel it come from, but I'm like going, just drop it, wait on the police report, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't like what Queen Bee showed, and with no, I agree what we saw. She drove in the lake, or the car went in the lake, whether it rolled in the lake or whatever. But I heard a weird theory this morning, and I'm like, oh, come on. And yes, it involves somebody that everybody knows, and I'm like, oh, stop it.
Can you put in the PC, the private chat for me?
No, I'm not going to do that. I don't want no part in. I tried to help put a stop to some of that last
I was
night.
just curious who it was. No, I wasn't going to watch it, but that's fine.
He just wants, Nick wants to start. Nick wants to start the drama, and he wants to.
No, he's
have
not
a
that
boxing
type.
match. I'm joking with you.
Yeah, I've seen him in the other channels. He's not that type. I just don't. I just don't want to even be associated with any of that stuff.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you.
I mean, not the fact stuff, but like the phone we found out about in here, and then that video footage. I mean, that told more than all the BS I'd heard prior.
Well, I mean, like I jumped on Patriots one, and I was like sitting there, and the guy was still, there was people that still like talked about this was a diversion. I heard one lady say, and then like a guy was talking about like still thinking that it's like some sort of murder. So
yeah, it's still going on. It wasn't his channel, but yeah, it ain't the only channel.
yeah, I mean, it's just got a lot of people who are just the main thing is that the autopsy report's not out, and they're like, why is it taking so long? And that's the main thing that's making them like kind of think that way.
Wait a minute. Texas Palmetto says no, they are not. She's really so. KDB says the light on the other side of the lake is her headlight reflection. Texas Palmetto said no, no, Katie. They are not. It's after her headlights sweep across, and in the new gray video, you can see the car there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see what you're seeing at Texas. I'm like a little.
See, I didn't see the video. I heard about the video. Huh?
It's a new video.
I didn't see the video that Boss is talking about. I saw people commenting on that video. I just saw the video that we had here on Friday night or Friday.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen too.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything. It looked pretty compelling to me. I mean, I'm no cop or anybody, but
Yeah, that's the new. I just put it in the private chat, and I'll put it in the public chat. But that's basically the new. It's like a different angle of it, like another failure camera that shows a different angle of it. It's like a 7-minute long video.
that's why I've gravitated towards this channel. And
same here.
If I don't catch something here, I'll watch Perplex channel. I try to stick with people that's just I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I like Greg because he's very upfront with his facts and stuff, and he doesn't really sensationalize. It's just facts with him.
Hey, Tiffany.
Hello.
Hola.
You know what, Tiffany? We have drama now. We have to fight now.
Well, let's do it. Let's get it on.
I mean, it's time to get into a fight. I mean, I've always did not like your cat. Your cat has been insulting me ever since.
I can't. I mean, she's a fickle bitch. I mean, I can't help it, man. When she finds something.
So we have to.
I recommended. I think I commented under your comment with the Dolly Vision on Deeds. I says you need to go on Dolly's show with your camera off and just see. We just get clip gold with your reaction to the craziness that's said with your facial reaction. I think that would be.
You gotta download a voice changer though. You gotta download a voice changer.
Like imagine the cringe-inducing comments coming from Dolly Vision show, and then imagine Taboo's face in every single time. It would be like you would have 100 clips.
I haven't watched it
because I do sit there and watch it. Like I'll turn it on to go to sleep or whatever. But yeah, I'll wake up and be like, you know what I mean? Yeah. But
B-Tim, can you send me your email, please?
But yeah, I left that comment because I'm done with that other channel. So for personal reasons, and I was being snarky.
There you go.
Oh no, let me see. But are
The
you
other
in
channel not
Discord?
being Dolly.
Earth is gone. Earth is gone. She dropped out. I gotta wait for her to come back.
We need Earth.
We need Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That's a song, right? Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That is a song, actually.
Okay, I was thinking Captain Planet. Sorry.
No, that's a song. I mean, geez.
I know. It's a band, isn't it? Earth, Wind,
Yeah,
and
it's a
Fire?
band. Yeah, it's a band. I have the album actually.
You would.
Oh, it's a band. It's not. Well, do they have a song on it too?
They probably, I would
Right.
imagine so.
That's what it
Main
was.
elements of life.
Yeah.
So is Gray's new video still saying 12:34 is the go-in time?
You know what? I mean, it says. I mean, I'm just not sure. To be, I'm looking at the time.
I'm just wondering. I mean, I'm not.
It looks. Yeah, it looks like the new video stops at 44 minutes, but into 12 o'clock. But You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, it looked like her car went into there. I'm like 99% sure that's it. And
Texas says a witness said they were on the other side when they thought they saw a car go in on the other side at 30. What's military 34 20 13? Maybe that's on the camera.
34 24 34 what?
34 20 13.
Okay, so like the
20.
overlay was zoomed, and like I actually have. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it actually shows it like an actual light on the other side of the river on that time.
There's a little that's called like a oil pan hill. Okay, so the overlays differ just so slightly in the fact that, and I know I'm an SF simp, but he is a professional photographer for 30 years, and so the overlay kind of made it so that the car that went to this certain hill parked there for a while and then left is the 34-minute one, and truly believes, and I guess this can be opinion only, that there's a video that he cleaned up, but he won't release unless the family says so. But he shows in like a picture kind of show, like what happens to the car if you go to like 51 minutes.
Wow.
Just my minute piece.
Wow.
And I posted the like shorts of it. But you know what? Either way, it comes down to it. Whether it's that time or that time, she tragically went to the water on accident, and that it is what it is. You know.
You don't think that someone drove the car in, jumped out of the car right time, swam out of the water, and walked in pitch black darkness through the woods?
I mean, it's possible, by all means, but there would need to be more evidence of such.
Evidence? Who needs evidence?
Yeah. Okay. Right.
See,
Yeah,
Tim,
no.
that's kind of what, like I'm saying, that was sort of the direction they were heading this morning.
Oh, I know. I've heard.
I've seen on it.
I mean, I had like people say, I live in a country and the moon is out and you can actually see and I'm like, it was a waning moon at that time and it was cloudy. So
Actually, well, SF had the actual report. It was only 4% cloud cover, and the moon did actually have some decent visibility. But either way, I mean,
was waiting. Yeah, try. I see you're with the crowd. We're gonna have to like judge you. I'm joking. Okay. Maybe I messed up and I looked at New York's. Actually, you know what? You're probably right. I was looking at New York's weather condition while I was in the live stream.
New York.
I wasn't looking at California's.
That'd be New York. New York would be
I can't
Boston.
even say it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think Texas is basically saying, like, I'm not saying an accident or foul play. All I'm saying is that someone saw it happen. It's a possibility. I mean, like, I think there could have been someone who might have saw it and just didn't know what they were seeing. You know what I mean? Like, it was probably across the lake.
They caught a glimpse, you know, kind of like that audio. It could have been something like that, but not saying that the audio is legit. But it could be that somebody kind of saw a car getting close to the shore and then, you know, like turned around and then looking back and the car is not there anymore because, you know, the car nose dove. So the lights would have been pointing down regardless if they like shone for a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe somebody on the other side, if they're seeing lights going off, maybe they'll turn their lights on and off to see if they can see
it
something.
went down, and I mean, it went down now. What, like 1 minute, and like almost like 2 minutes, basically. So that's pretty quick.
Right, and she actually went sideways into like flipped, like kind of like a piggy tail and down.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought she went straight in, like she just like kind of like drove into the water. But I mean,
No,
I wasn't there.
AWP said the car did not go front over end to like flip. That's what that little box was at the crime scene. It's actually where she flipped in, and
okay.
Yeah, searchers documented like really early that they saw tracks, and then they were overcorrected and they went into the water.
Do you think she tried to turn the last minute or something like that?
Yeah, she overcorrected for something, being it that she was just intoxicated and riding the shore because that was a drivable area.
You don't think it was? You don't think it was someone pushing the car into the water?
Oh heavens, no.
I think she saw the water and then just like you said, overcorrected, and just hit the wheel.
Yeah, because it was on level ground, you know. So, and if it like kicked in the 4-wheel drive, if it was slipping, it could totally just make the car tip. you know.
Yeah, don't those what's it called, brakes lock in when you hit the, what are they called?
Oh, the anti-lock. Well,
Yeah.
she had a selective like all-wheel drive Civic, which only kicks in like the rear tires when the system detects slippage, which is kind of like seems like kind of a devil to me, because if you're already slipping, then that could maybe propulse you to lose your balance because suddenly your wheels kick in.
Yeah, that's weird. That makes like no sense.
It does maybe on snow, but no, not really, because you'd still be pushing your foot.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's
Just
a weird system they have. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm in like of the opinion of it's an accident, but there's still people who are in the camp.
Oh yeah, I'm 99.99. That's where I'm at. 99.99. Just leaving that other percentage out there because there's
There's
yeah.
But there's some that believe because they believe the second the phone hit the water that's when it shut off or whatever, not that it could have just legitimately been drained and dead. So they were like arguing, say, on Twitter with SF and saying, well, if you're saying it's 51 minutes, that's automatically foul play. Why are you spreading this? And it's like, that doesn't mean that at all. If her phone was dead, she was fucked up. She didn't know what time it was. And even leaving at 30 something after was 15 more minutes that she said she was leaving. What are you talking about? I don't.
It's not even relevant, right?
Right. It's not. She said she wasn't going to drink. She did. She got intoxicated and unfortunately drove too close to the shore and kind of freaked out.
Yeah, it happens. But the thing is, I'm trying to find the actual, because the problem is I'm not sure how the Earth. I'm not sure how that video would work and share screen.
I don't know. I wouldn't use Google Earth. Like, I have raw footage. I went and looked up the archive cameras. Like, in my own shorts, I have raw footage of the 51 time frame, and then I have like the explanations that SF gave for the car and how it goes off of axis and goes in. And like I said, he's a photographer for 30 years in LA. You think you don't know how to edit? You know what I'm saying?
I did find like a YouTuber that actually has the apology video, but it's like her YouTube is called Backwards Barbie, and she's got like if you jump from the beginning, she actually has the whole video of the daycare worker apologizing. But I'm not sure if we can play that.
Oh, there's a new one. She apologized after saying that the mom came in, or the grandma came into her house.
No, this is the one with the date. You didn't watch maybe the earlier stream. There was a woman in a daycare in Mississippi that basically put on a scream mask and chased 4-year-olds around to the point they were traumatized and they were crying.
You didn't see that, Jeff?
What?
You didn't see that earlier? It was probably like 20 minutes ago. Oh,
no, I just went and got like food and fought the stairs and.
I see.
He's gonna make you want to punch a wall.
Yeah.
Sweet. That's what I need right now during a full moon, a reason to punch a wall already.
To transform.
Well, no, it's already like I found this letter in my thing, like unit inspections. Like we haven't had one in just 3 fucking years, man. And I'm like, no,
I don't know what that thing you just showed us was. That the CIA papers?
Yeah, right. It says unit, and I can't even get it to zoom in. Yeah, there you go. Unit inspections, and it says shoot myself in the face. Because that's how it feels.
Fuck my life, right? Yeah, they just come in, they just waste your time. They inspect like the.
Yeah, so I mean, Tiffany, can you explain? Like, someone says like they're not sure, they're confused about the 51-minute thing, so it's not 33 minutes. What do you? Can you explain that a little bit to the person?
Okay, so like because they believe. So there's like a little outlet, and there's a tree, like a little tree coming out of it, and it's called Oil Pan Hill. And you have to understand the perspective on these things are really kind of grandiose in real life, which is So, anyways, people were parking on that said area, and if you look at a long time lapse, that's very quickly, you can actually see that car goes there at the 4-minute mark, but then later leaves. But the overlay misrepresented that area being water and not the actual little thing, because those cameras zoom in and out on their own. They're not static. So the overlay just even this much of a switch in the topography made it inaccurate, but you could see at 51-minute mark, there's kind of in the middle, and you could see the light, and you could see it kind of like dim out and stuff. It's really quite eerie.
Texas says, yeah, the 51 minute is the car that comes down and around to another parking area. Is that correct?
Well, I think 34-minute would be the other parking area, because that car then comes back. It drives later, so it's like, oh, what? They suddenly came out of the water and drove up. So 51-minute is just literally somebody driving down the shore, because you would have been seeing her tail lights in the
Okay,
direction
someone
that we
says
see it.
the 51 is not the car. Gray debunked it.
Gray was wrong in his first overlay per professional photographer that found the initial footage of this incident. So I'm sorry that I don't agree. I mean, that's fine.
Then you're gonna have to meet Prayer for the Partner Eve in the arena, and you're gonna
I don't have to fight about it. I'm just saying where I'm coming from.
We have Nick here. He'll be the judge. You both have a choice
Yeah.
of weapon, and you will meet in the town of your choice and weapon of your choice, and you shall battle to the death. And whoever wins is correct on YouTube.
Cray.
I mean, add to that I have like a personal thing with Gray. Okay, maybe, but I watched the raw footage on my own and made the decision. So
Yeah, I just follow Gray. I just basically I'm it's very complicated, to be honest with you, and I can't.
Well, I mean,
wrap my
overlays.
mind
You have
around
to understand that is video manipulation.
Mhm.
You know, if we were to put overlays on some kind of crime scene photo of other sorts, people would be like, "That's fake. It's altered." Because it is. That camera, they think the camera was in the same position during the day that it would line up perfectly to have an overlay. Those cameras selectively zoom in and out because they're looking for like fire triggers. So not only can they go from side to side, they can zoom in and out. So it made that the perspective was not equal. And then I don't know if he incorporated Google Earth, that makes it even worse because Prosser was actually full versus the Google Earth photo shows like no water.
So what you're saying is, because I'm barely getting understanding, is that because of the manipulation of the footage, it basically might have made the time different based on the manipulation.
It makes it look different, yes. So the oil pan hill like sticks out. So you could easily feel that that's where there would be water. But it's like a little islandish almost.
Now, what is he like? I mean, I guess you're basing your theory or your facts on the fact that SF is a professional photographer. That's
And
what you're basing
he's the one that found all of
Well,
this
no,
footage.
actually, we found out that it was shipped to everyone. This footage, including him, it was shipped to a bunch of YouTubers. We talked.
He
about
found
this.
the fire cam himself, posted it on Twitter, but did not post where the archives were. Another user then went and looked at the archives, as did I, because I was like, oh shit. Because the one person I was in their chat when I read the message, and I said, oh my God, there's video of her going in the water. That person tried to take credit for it and sent it out to YouTubers.
Wow, because I'm serious. Because yesterday, like Perplex was up here, and she said like basically, it was sent out to everyone.
Yes,
So-
from the person who saw what SF said, found that there was an archive of it, which I haven't looked, but my understanding is that they might have blocked other people now from accessing that archive.
Well, probably 5,000 YouTubers trying to access this thing that probably has like 10 people look at it. Doesn't help.
Right. So, I mean, I went and I taped the raw footage myself from it. So I based it on what I saw, how, SF is the one that found it, how he describes it, because he has diagrams of how it moves and shit. It's very thorough.
But I mean, let me ask you a question though. I mean, like he rejects the time period, but why is it?
I I mean, he says,
Why
"I hope
didn't?
I'm wrong." He says, "I hope I'm wrong."
Yeah, but
For
why
real.
didn't he clean up the footage if he's a
He did. He did actually, but he said that he did not feel it was appropriate to release it to the public unless the family okays it.
I
Because
mean, but that's
it,
kind of like, I mean, that's kind of a cop out if you ask me. If you really want
not
to.
really, because he tries to do everything in
Well,
accordance to the family's wishes. He just said
yeah,
that there
but
is footage.
but he releases the video.
He
I
didn't
mean,
release the video. He just of its existence. People found archives.
but
Yeah,
didn't
she's
he?
saying
Wait,
he
wait,
released
wait.
it was out there, and then other people did what they did.
Well,
He
didn't
was
he?
trying
But
to
wait,
shame LE for the fact that this footage, the FBI admitted they didn't even have it. So he
yeah,
was
but
shaming LE for not knowing that they could have come and gotten her the next day.
but didn't he put it on his Twitter? I mean, he put the video on his Twitter, didn't he? I seen it.
No, not the raw footage.
And he also released on his YouTube channel as a private.
He put the footage. It was of that day. It was October 7th. It was not the day of the accident. He was just showing the time lapse, like how the cameras worked. But he did absolutely 100% did not release footage of that night.
Okay, I feel like you're saying two different things. I'm not beating you up about it because it seems like you're saying he released it and then you're saying that he didn't release it.
In words, he released it because people then went and sleuthed and found the archives, which he addressed in Twitter as well, where he said, "Seeing that I feel responsible for this footage, but even though I never said there were, like how to access the archives or whatever, I'm going to correct so and so." So he just stated that the footage existed and that Ellie should have had that. I mean, that's their state stuff.
No, I
You know
mean
what
I agree with you with that, but it seems like, so my understanding is, what is the timeline events? Did he release it on Twitter first, or did he tell people about the video's existence before he released that video on Twitter?
But the video on Twitter is of October 7th. The actual video is October 7th in a timeline. Like he literally just went to the live camera, and showed how it lapsed and recorded things.
You mean October
He's
7th?
very clear about that, and you could see it on the timestamp on the video.
Like 2 days ago, he's saying he showed a video of how the camera actually works and when it was live because you can access it.
I'm sorry, I'm pretty yeah, I get you, but I'm pretty sure Gray made a video 3 days ago about it. So how could he release a video 2 days ago when everyone was basically saying
it was Gray made a video afterwards because somebody sent it to him because in his library, Gray was like, "It should have been to me first because I'm so good."
Wait a minute. How could you have him releasing it 2 days ago and then Gray releases it 3 days ago, but he's waiting for SF?
I don't know the exact dates. I have them posted on my shorts.
Oh, okay. Let me check because it might be
I
just
have
me.
the Twitter thing. No, I'm not saying that's the official timeline. What I'm saying is this: I saw it on Twitter. Somebody else must have, aside from me or if in a chat, because it was the first time I ever watched CCTV. So I was like, well, one, I didn't know that Megan Cole was already named. So I was like, oh, I went and searched the whole time, figured her out. And then I went on Twitter and then I was like, oh, holy shit, there's, SF says this video exists because he was trying to shut down crazy bitches like Megan Cole from saying some crazy shit.
This is actually interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little confused because originally, I was confused because originally when I heard about SF, I thought he released the video to kind of shame LE. Then I heard the next day, that other people got the another person releasing it, and now I'm hearing it from you that he didn't release the video but told them where to find it, and then someone else grabbed the videos and sent it out to a bunch of YouTubers, and Gray went there and got it himself when he realized
Actually, somebody sent it to Gray. So it was that SF showed a time lapse of just how the camera works live for the whatever day he posted it. It was literally like he went to the camera, recorded live footage, came back, It was not of the day of the accident. It was October.
Hey guys,
So-
if we're gonna talk about Kylie's stuff and all that, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream and start another one because I mean I wanted to focus on the baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think we talked about a lot about that.
So
yeah, I'm fine with that. I
and
think
we're
we
like
talked-
4 hours in and shit. So I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream and I'll just fire up another one. We can talk about whatever Kylie or whatever. You know what I mean? We'll just
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. I thought we talked a lot about the
Yeah, we did. That's why I said it. And we've been 4 hours in. So if anybody wants to watch the one with the baby, we're already, like I said, 4.5 hours in. So I'll start another one just for us to shoot the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, baby. All right. I'll talk to you guys here in just a little bit. I'm going to restart a new one. Give me just a few minutes. Okay, baby. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for coming on. And if you guys want to come in, we'll start a new one and just chit chat, make it a chit chat stream. So we'll talk to you guys later. And thanks for hanging out and chit chatting about the baby. I don't know. I hope we get some answers soon about Quentin. So I hope that I don't know. I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Bye.